So we have Dele Farotimi, who, as I said just before now, that he has become the spokesperson of Afenifere. Well, Mr. Farotimi, welcome. As it is, you are a man that the whole world has come to know as a man of principle, integrity, and all of that. And yes, the matter has been overflogged so many times. And that's the issue of your observations about Afe Babalola. However, you've also become the spokesperson of Afenifere. And then the news coming out of that is that there are two factions also about Afenifere. One is Fasoronti, and then the other is Farotimi. So what do you have to say before we go back to the other one?
First thing first, there aren't two factions of Afenifere. There is only one Afenifere. The fact is that some people have always desired to leverage the Afenifere name for their own political purposes. And when Afenifere had not been available for their use, they have attempted, as always, to set up a counterforce, or maybe I should say a counterfeit to Afenifere. But there is only one Afenifere, and that Afenifere is the one to which I belong.
How do you take the appointment as a spokesperson for the Afenifere group?
My role is not that of the spokesperson. The organization has a spokesperson in the person of Justice Faloye. My role is that of the organizing secretary, national organizing secretary. It's a world of difference from the publicity secretaryship of the organization, and that has nothing to do with me. It is about organizing the organization itself, properly putting it on the sound footing nationally. That is the role that I have been assigned to play, not that of the publicity secretary.
Thanks for the correction. So now that you have that kind of role, which is very national in nature, how do you see the assignment?
Well, Afenifere is the Yoruba name for the political party that was known as the Action Group in the First Republic, that was known as the Unity Party in the Second Republic, and the one that was also known as the Alliance for Democracy. That is the role I have taken on, the role to nationally organize that political party into a movement in the country. That is the role I have been given to play.
Is that political party nature taking place now because of the metamorphosis it has, grown through?
It's not about metamorphosis. The Yoruba name for the action group was Afenifere. Afenifere means egalitarian, somebody who wants good for everybody. That name arose from the 4 cardinal points, the program by which the action group, the UPN, and the AD were later to be known. Now, during the years of the military interregnum, particularly from 1966 up until 1979, the reality is that there was a ban on political activities. And during this period, it was convenient for the Awolowo group, known as Action Group, otherwise known as Afenifere, to continue to meet under the guise of a socio-political organization, a socio-cultural organization known as Afenifere, whose activities, of course, would not have been banned during the years of the military. But when the ban was removed, that body metamorphed and became the UPN. When the ban came again, it became Afenifere. When Abacha left, it became the Alliance for Democracy. In this age, that Alliance for Democracy died, functionally was killed between 2003 and 2004. But the need for that political platform has never been extinguished. That political platform is the one that we are trying to revive nationally. It has never been removed. The need has never been extinguished. And if there was ever a time when the action group or Afenifere has been needed in the national politics of Nigeria, this is one such time. And that is the role I have taken on.
Hey, did you know that SMUD is now paying Sacramento homeowners thousands of dollars upfront to put a...
With the way things are right now in the country, and the fact that it's almost as if there is no vocal opposition as yet. Well, of course, I shouldn't say that, especially when you consider the role of Peter Obi, Alhaji Atiku Abubakar, and co. There's enough, opposition. But do you see the role of Afenifere as of today being that of opposition, or a sanitization effort at bringing, political party to bear?
If our situation was one where we had challenges with democratization, then you could be talking about the role of opposition parties. Where we are today is a situation where the Nigerian is functionally a victim and not a citizen. So ours is more of a human rights, independence, libertarian struggle rather than that of pro-democracy. So as hard as the PDP might try, at the end of the day, you find that there is very little that is different between the PDP and the APC in terms of temperament and even in terms of ideology. So the purpose of the Afenifere or any genuine opposition in Nigeria today is first of all to get the Nigerian to the point where he acquires the right of a citizen, can vote and be voted for, and his vote can even count. So when we're talking about the articles of this world, you're still talking conventional Nigerian politics. And when you're talking conventional Nigerian politics, you're not even talking about anything that is likely to deliver change to the Nigerian people. So what Afenifere is doing is actually, in reality, an attempt to crystallize a revolution in the country with the intention of changing its governance structures and the way it approaches the power relationship between the citizens, quote and unquote, and the government. So the totality of our involvement in politics is not about changing the personnel of government, but about changing both the temperament and the preoccupation of those in government.
What if you are not listened to? What if whatever your observations may be are not heard and are not adhered to?
Look, the one thing that has really ever happened is that anyone listens to the Nigerian with any intention of resolving the many conundrums that he has to deal with on a day-to-day basis. We don't expect to be listened to because those who govern the people benefit from the current circumstances with which the people are grappling. So we don't expect to be listened to. We don't expect the government to change. We are focused on the people themselves, getting the people themselves to realize the need and desirability for change. That would be the propelling force that might perhaps change the rulers and get them to focus on changing the circumstances of the people.
From 2023 to date, you saw what played out just before the elections, especially when you had the times of obedient movement, they called it. And I think you were rather active at that time. Now, elections came and went, and then there was so much hue and cry, but the judiciary took its course, took a decision, and then today we have a government in place. What is the situation like when you look at it economically and inflationary speaking? What would you look at it? How would you look at that aspect of it?
In the year leading up to the last election, I remember stridently warning Nigerians about the fact that Muhammadu Buhari had already functionally destroyed Nigeria, and Nigeria was already tottering at the brink of the abyss. And I recall saying very clearly that Bola Tinubu and Atiku represented more or less twin horsemen of the apocalypse. I was clear in warning that Buhari had more or less destroyed the country and that whoever was coming was going to have to reimagine the country, then convince the people about the need to rebuild it. All these became lost in the noise that became the 2023 election cycle. And yes, you're right. The Nigerian judiciary, like every other thing Nigerian, learned to take defeat from the jaws of victory. Today, each and every Nigerian, whether they were complicit in the mess that we're all in, or whether they are just innocent victims, we are all suffering it today. But what we're suffering today will pale into insignificance next to what would happen if we fail to democratize our democracy and ensure that our votes count for something in 2027. Because if the people have a genuine basis for believing that they are responsible for their misgovernance, and then they take steps to be rid of the yoke on their neck, and those responsible are refusing to budge, what then happens in 2027 becomes even worse than what we're currently experiencing. So yes, there is a need to look at what we did to ourselves in 2023, but I think more importantly, we should be focused on ensuring that institutionally, we do not repeat the same errors across board in 2027.
If you do not have a direct power in focus, if you do not have direct source of ensuring that these changes are made, how do you think that's going to be possible for you? You are the National Secretary of Afenifere, and if Afenifere, as of now, is not yet a registered party in Nigeria.
I just got paid $60,000 for my car crash from using this app on my phone. And I don't know if you could see this.
I think in Nigeria today, you have more than a plethora of registered political parties. What we don't have is a political process that guarantees that the vote of the people counts. What we are focusing on at the moment is not the registration of Afenifere as a political party. It is enough that it is a political movement that has clearly identified, clearly articulated political goals. We would be working in the coming days, weeks, months, and in the coming years to ensure that our votes as citizens of Nigeria would count. When that happens, it becomes possible to change the political process as happened in 2015, when the APC was voted in, as was avoided in 2023, when the political process was corrupted to ensure a predetermined result. We are hoping that will not happen in 2027, and we'll be doing everything we can to ensure that the electoral process is reformed sufficiently to restore the confidence of the Nigerian in the process.
Of Nigeria today, many of them feel as if they're not part of the governance of this country. They believe that the older ones like us have taken over. What do you have to say? You are in between because you're in your very early 50s, maybe. So you can still be a youth, senior youth for that matter. But how do you bring the youth along this line of ensuring that they participate in all of these things you're talking about?
First thing first, nobody gives power without a struggle. Second thing, I do not qualify as a youth again. My next birthday, I'll be 57. In any other society, I'll be getting ready for actual retirement. If I was in England, before the society was equally bastardized, I'll be expecting my bus pass so that I could be traveling free on the buses and underground. In Nigeria at 57, I'll probably be made a minister for youth affairs or the youth secretary of some political party. The reality is that they kept telling us as we were growing up that we were the leaders of tomorrow. But tomorrow never came. So I'm 57, and the only office for which I might be considered fit will be the Ministry of Youth. That tells you exactly how much of the years, the productive years of the Nigerian youth has already been stolen by the canker worms and the devourers. The Nigerian youth is the one that is going to have to come to the realization at some point that those who are telling him that is the leaders of tomorrow have already fed on tomorrow, and they're already feeding on the days after tomorrow, and he's going to have to grab that power from them at some point. That is the reality of the Nigerian youth. Those who are before him have not prepared tomorrow for him. They have consumed it, and they are busy consuming all the other tomorrows that will come. So the Nigerian youth has no choice but to get to the point of realization that those in front of him do not have his interest at heart, and is the one that is going to have to grab tomorrow for himself, if it would ever come.
It came to my mind.
And I'm telling you, you will definitely see deposits. You will definitely get checks.
I was skeptical in the beginning too, but
The artificial intelligence, AI it is called, how it has now affected youths of today worldwide. But in a Nigerian scenario, it looks like AI is actually infiltrating into the tertiary institutions, universities, because most of them now depend on AI to write their essays, and that doesn't seem to give them the benefit of true knowledge. What's your thought about that? And how do you see that affecting the youth of Nigeria?
We like pretending that we are some island untouched by all the things that are going on all around the world. We like thinking that we are somehow immune to developments in the whole world. Now, what has happened is that the world has become something of a global village. The bits of civilization that are allowed by those who have ruled or ruined our country become accessible to the Nigerian youth, and these are used in ways ever more ingenious than whatever envisaged by those who even put the processes in place. Now, that the Nigerian youth is using AI in the manner that you have described only attests to the capacity of the Nigerian youth to take advantage of whatever is placed in within his reach to do it, with which he might be able to do his work. That they're using it for their assignments and for academic activities is no surprise and is not unique to the Nigerian youth. It's being used by all people all over the world. The use to which the application is put in Nigeria must not be disconnected with the use to which it is put in other parts of the world. Youth all over the world uses AI for their academic work and for every other thing to which it is applicable. It's not unique to Nigeria. Maybe we should be doing more. Maybe we could do a whole lot more. But it's a global village. That is what is available. That is what is in use, and that is what they're using. If things get better, if more windows are open to the Nigerian youth, they'll take the same advantage as any other person in the world.
And we'll go on the break. And when we come back, we'll go back to how you came through the valley of the shadow and all of that. So until then, well, I'll just have to say that Sonny Irabor Live will be back in a moment. Welcome back. This is Sonny Irabor Live, and my name is Sonny Irabor. Yes, and I have with me my guest, Dele Farotimi. I said he was in the eye of the storm, but he has a lot of things to say that will make me really want to take your legal mind to assess the happenings around the country. Okay? First is Nnamdi Kanu and his release from detention. Second is 60 years, or 35 years in service, and then you are due for retirement. And then, of course, the third is what factions, then we've already dealt with that faction, but let's look at these two main facts, which is Nnamdi Kanu and then the retirement age in the civil service. Afenifere insists and has advised that Nnamdi Kanu should be released from detention. What's your take on that?
There is a lot about our country that could be better. But the reality is that if we truly desire peace in Nigeria, we need to take some hard decisions. One of them is the need to free Nnamdi Kanu. Now, there are multiple allegations against the gentleman, but he's not the only person against whom there have been multiple allegations. What we have in Nigeria today is a country that is functionally a cauldron, burning from almost every corner. And everything that could be done to bring about peace in Nigeria should be embraced. There have been multiple cases of terrorists who have been reintegrated back into our society, a phenomenon that is unique to Nigeria, the radicalization of violent terrorists. Fulani marauders of all sorts have found mercy at the hand of the Nigerian state. The Southeast has been burning for some time, and it is not unknown that one of the factors responsible for this is the current incarceration of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. That Afenifere has asked that he should be freed is in the spirit of a search for peace in Nigeria. If he is not to be freed, then he should be speedily tried. This has been the consistent call of Afenifere for years. If they cannot find a way to try him, if we can all admit to ourselves that we essentially have a political problem that has morphed into a terrorism problem, then why should it be so difficult to understand Afenifere's plea that the man should be freed and the path of peaceful reconciliation pursued? If we can make peace with armed terrorists, if we can free Boko Haram killers, why is it so difficult to embrace peace as an option in the Southeast? That is the contention of Afenifere. We are not looking into the merit or otherwise of the charges. We're saying this has dragged for this long. Nothing of substance has been achieved. Peace has not been restored. And there is a veritable path to peace if you free him and engage with the dissidents in the Southeast. That has been the position of Afenifere and every well-meaning Nigerian, actually.
On ECPA for the same IPOB. What's your comment on that?
People are literally changing their bodies, changing their lives, changing their futures, and we can replicate it. Now that's...
The IPOB itself has said multiple times that Simon Ekpa is not one of theirs. The Nigerian security forces knows who is who. If persons have committed crimes, they should surely be taken before the courts. Ekpa's case may not be conflated with Nnamdi Kanu's case. Nnamdi Kanu has been with the state for some years now. Muhammadu Buhari kept him in a cage for Tinubu to inherit. Tinubu has inherited him. Is he going to keep him in that cage? And then for how long would he be kept there? At what point would we begin the search for peace in the Southeast? So when I'm speaking about Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, be careful to understand that I'm not conflating his case with that of Ekpa. There are two different cases. I am not an Easterner, but I am a Nigerian. And what ails one ails the other. And there really cannot be peace in Nigeria until we confront all these issues that have their roots in age-old grievances and injustices. If and when we've dealt with this, then we can start the journey to some rectitude. But Simon Ekpa, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, I really don't know if the two can be treated exactly the same. And I wouldn't treat them the same.
I respect that. What about Omoyele Sowore, who was recently, arrested and detained, and he refused to be bailed? What's your comment on that? These are all legal issues.
You see, the problem with the Nigerian police, or shall I say the Nigerian state, and my brother Yele, is that Yele does not know how to pretend that he is anything but a citizen. The Nigerian state, on the other hand, can tolerate anyone except the person who presumes to be a citizen. So the constant battle between Yele and the Nigerian police is merely symptomatic of the relationship between the Nigerian police and the Nigerian public. Yele is your average Nigerian. Your average Nigerian in the sense that he's not asking for anything that the everyday Nigerian should not be demanding. The only thing is that while the everyday Nigerian might be prepared to cower before authority or pretend that everything is fine, Yele does not know how to pretend that everything is fine. So every time Yele moves is a walking violation of the Nigerian system. So the Nigerian state must constantly go after Yele because Yele is constantly demanding an account of the Nigerian state. That is what you see happening all of the time. That the Nigerian state cannot find tolerance for Yele is merely evidence of the fact that the Nigerian state cannot find tolerance for anyone demanding to be treated with some dignity, with some respect, or as a citizen. Shame on the Nigerian state. It's got nothing to do with Yele as a person. It is the Nigerian state that is lacking in the capacity to tolerate its citizens. All he has done is to point at the evils of the state, that the state has never found the grace to change, but has always pursued him instead of changing, tells you just how far we have traveled on the path to madness. Yele is done nothing wrong. Yele is just Yele, a Nigerian who refuses to behave like a slave.
Afenifere has been known to not be directly in support of Yele's, antecedents. What do you have to say about that?
I beg to disagree with that. I beg to disagree with that. Afenifere has always been a progressive organization. And I dare say that there has been, I cannot even recall a single thing that Yele has been for or has ever supported that Afenifere has been against. We are not a reactionary organization. We are essentially a center-left political conglomerate. So how could we possibly have had anything against anybody professing revolutionary ideals? Yele is somebody we consider a natural ally. We might have our disagreements in relation to methodologies from time to time, but other than that, we have zero disagreements with Yele and we consider him a friend.
Find the lowest priced health plans at healthforcalifornia.com. Get a
The president has agreed that he has said that the IG should be allowed to exceed his 60 years of age and continue as IG, which is a political appointment, as it were. And the law says 60 years or 35 years in service, then you must go on retirement. Do you have any comment on that?
Nigeria as a legal entity is full of lies and contradictions. And laws really matter in the country that we have built. If laws matter, the reality is that Yele is completely correct. The Inspector General of Police is illegal. He has exceeded his term in office. But what the presidency is telling you is that the law does not matter. The president has decreed, and it has been as decreed. Because if it is not decreed, then it would be in accordance with the law. And what the law says is that Kayode Egbetokun should retire and should have retired. So that the president has decreed is another ballgame entirely. That the decree of the president supersedes the constitution or the law in Nigeria is just another one of the many sickening realities of our existence. But that is just what it is.
Presidency did not use decree. I think you are the one using decree. So that's why I'm asking you. What?
It is the effect of what he has said that I am talking about.
Okay.
If the president's word is superior to the clear wordings of the law, the existential reality is that he has decreed something outside of the law, and it is because he is the imperator. It does not change the fact that what he has said supersedes the law. So when the pronouncement of the president supersedes the law, the only thing you can say is that the president has issued a decree. That is the effective nature of his pronouncement. Because the Police Service Commission has not denied the fact that the man should have retired. So if they have not denied the fact that he should have retired, but are saying that he is still in office because he has been granted an extension by the president, what they are telling you is that the president's pronouncement is of more importance than anything that might have been written down in any law in the country. So I might be using the word decree. You may want to use the word policy or use the word law, but the reality is that a pronouncement has been given that purports to be superior to the law.
But that's within the purview of the powers of the presidency, isn't it? If the president makes a pronouncement that I would like Egbetokun to continue as the Inspector General of Police.
Welcome to Kay Hovnanian's Four Seasons at the Ranch, a 55-plus community in Rancho Cordova County.
What would you say?
Does not grant any power that it also does not limit. When the law gives you a power, it sets the parameter for the usage of that power. The reality is that the Nigerian president is essentially a dictator unlimited by law, because whenever he decrees something, the institutions that should have acted as guardrails for the protection of democracy and the rights of the citizens simply kowtow and do as the president says, instead of checking that what he says conforms with the letters and spirit of the law. No, they just, when he says jump, it's about how high. Never about should I have jumped or not. It's about how high should I jump. So the words of the law are clear. They are not ambiguous. But the words of the president are also clear, and they are not ambiguous. And why the words of the president are in clear contradiction of the words of the law? Like every other thing Nigerian, because the president has said so, it will be so. So it's a decree.
I would like you to look, critically at the relationship between leadership and followership. Is that in existence in Nigeria?
You need to have leaders to have followers. We don't have leaders in Nigeria. We have ruiners. Unfortunately, those who should be followers have had poverty and ignorance weaponized against them to the point where their capacity to fulfill their roles as followers have been diminished by their circumstances. So you ask a man to follow, but his capacity to refuse to follow has been diminished by the fact of his hunger. So the person who is meant to follow may elect to take him wherever he cares to take him, as long as he has the wherewithal to feed him. So you've reduced his life to the existential notion of hunger. So the only thing that occupies the Nigerian mind is hunger. He has had poverty weaponized. So now you're asking him to follow. Even when he's having to follow ruinous characters who have no vision of the future, his capacity to challenge the leadership is affected, because now, every time he wants to question his leadership, he is reminded that if he does not follow in the direction that he is being dictated to, no food is coming. That is the most basic of his challenges. He's faced with the challenges of security. He's faced with the challenges of housing. He's dealing with existential issues on a day-to-day basis. So his capacity to even follow the argument is diminished.
So his
capacity to think beyond the day is lost. He can only follow on a minute by minute, hour by hour basis. He cannot even remember what it was that he was promised yesterday because he's still busy struggling to earn a living today.
Two things I
So
need
the relationship between those who should lead and those who should follow in Nigeria has become dysfunctional. And their capacity to play their role effectively has been seriously compromised, if not completely lost.
Hey, thanks for telling me about the solar and backup battery program for our home. We had it installed last week, and I honestly can't believe how.
What's your advice, therefore, to the leaders and or rulers and the followers? Let's look at it critically now again.
Stopped wasting my time talking to the rulers of Nigeria. No, it's a waste of time. You're dealing with recalcitrant persons who have no interest in change. So I stopped wasting my time with the rulers. However, I am committed to dealing with the victims. I am a victim who is aware of my victimhood, but there are myriads and multitudes who are blissfully unaware of the fact that they have been rendered as victims in Nigeria. So those who should be their natural allies, fellow victims, have become their enemies because they've been taught to hate them by the persons who have ruined everybody. So I am engaged and committed to the process of helping victims to recognize themselves so that they might then work cooperatively towards bringing themselves out of the mess that everybody is in. But insofar as it relates to talking to those who have brought everybody to this sorry pass, is a waste of time. Those ones cannot listen. They are lost. And I don't waste my time on them. I deal with the victims in the hope that the victims might just recognize themselves and move away from this madness.
The last 6 weeks or more have been quite testy for you. And for the whole world who were looking at it remotely, how would you like to look at Chief Afe Babalola, who at the age of 95 is still fighting a legal battle?
You know, this was not about Chief Afe Babalola. It's rather unfortunate that a just call for the society to look at itself, a mirror that was held up for all of us to behold ourselves, was personalized by individuals who assumed that my book or my agitation was about their persons. If I spoke about persons at any point in time, I've only ever talked about persons as types and in pursuit of my agitations to have a better country, to have a better society. It's nothing personal. My Ekiti experience, as far as I'm concerned, has merely enriched me as a person, enriched me in the sense that I went to prison. I found better persons than myself in prison. I learned more about my country because I went to prison. It wasn't exactly a pleasant experience. It's not like some holiday resort somewhere, but it is an experience for which I'm eternally grateful to God. Because without that experience, I probably would never have become. I lost my fear of death when men were threatening to kill me. I've lost my fear of incarceration simply because somebody decided that I was fit for Ekiti prison. I have met very interesting persons, learnt a new vista of life. It's been an enriching experience, even though it was quite uncomfortable, but it is what it is. You don't make omelets without breaking eggs. I committed myself to this path. Prison was just one of the many inconveniences that one would experience if you want to change a society like ours. And better men than myself have paid even higher prices. Look at Yele, for instance. For every day I spent in the prison, he spent at least a week for every day. So who am I to complain? I left people behind in prison who didn't have any obas to go and be begging for them. Better men than me. If somebody will go and beg for them, maybe they will release them as well. But nobody is begging for those ones. They're still there. So I have no bitterness or pain about what happened. Mine was just the typical Nigerian story, and it would have been worse if the people had not stood up for me. So Nigeria would have happened to me, and it would have happened very well, and nothing would have happened because it has happened to so many other persons, and it is still happening to them as I speak today. So who am I to even complain about what transpired with me in Ekiti? What happened to me in Ekiti is the story of the everyday Nigerian. It happens every day. I am privileged and blessed that the people took my matter to heart, and I became them. And they stood up for me, and I was hearing them even beyond the prison walls. So for me, what happened to me was merely part of the experiences that will shape the man that I have become. It wasn't a big deal. I enjoyed it, if the truth be told.
In this last response, you said a few things that touched my heart, in the sense that correctional centers, you saw firsthand how, from what you saw and where you saw it, how it is managed. What's your advice? And then the relationship with the police. What is also your advice regarding your fundamental human rights?
Let me just say that I have my lawyer's advice to be circumspect about what I'll say as regards the specificity of my relationship with the Nigerian police this last experience. So I'll leave that for now. But let me just put it this way. How a society treats its weakest gives you an indication of how far that society has traveled on the path to civilization. We do not have a correctional service. We have a punishment bureau. The men and women who work within the Nigerian prison system do a human's task. They are supermen. I am aware some of them spend their monies on prisoners' welfare. But you have a situation where the federal government owns the prison, but the state government dumps prisoners on the correctional officers on a daily basis without any thought or care for how these prisoners will be fed at the most basic level. Any prisoner that has to be dependent on Nigerian prisons for his food will die within 3 to 6 months, guaranteed. Because what they are fed in prison is not food. It is not food. There is nothing about the Nigerian prison service that corrects. It punishes. It dehumanizes. That is what it does. We don't have a correctional service. And it is not the fault of the staff. It is the system itself that is completely wrong.
Okay.
Unfit for purpose.
Hey, did you know you might get a big cash payout if you were in a car accident in the last year? Yep, even if you weren't driving.
Your book became #1 bestseller, the Amazon.com, and that made you an immediate global bestseller. And then you now said the proceeds, you were going to convert it to something. Can you use the words again?
Oh, it's for a foundation for autistic children.
Okay. That's a very good one.
It wasn't an afterthought. Right there at the book launch on June 12th, I had announced to the public very clearly that the proceeds from the book sale will be going to a foundation for autistic children. I have a child who is autistic. I am blessed to be able to afford his care within reason. But there are myriads of people within Nigeria who have children on the autism spectrum and are completely helpless. They have no way of taking care of these children. It's not even just about not having the financial capacity. It's about the fact that you don't even have the manpower or even the know-how to take care of these children. So I was already grappling with my own issues with the care of my son. And I just thought to myself that if I could afford it, there are so many who could not. Let me spend the money that I would have spent evacuating my son abroad, building something here. So I was already struggling with that. We had the land that we have set aside for the autism center. And then this idea came that, okay, you know what? Since I've written a book that was always bound to cause some problem, let it not be said that I was looking to profit by scandalizing anyone. The proceeds of this book should go towards building this foundation. And that was what I said from day one, and that is what I intend to do.
I should say well done to you for that. And thank you
very much.
Yeah, so thank you for giving us your time on Sonny Rabo Live and saying this much that you've said tonight. And we end the program here. Have the very best.
Hello, everybody. Happy Thursday to everyone. How's everybody doing? I hope we're doing good. Ify, I see you. Welcome. Bosai. Biosa, sorry. I don't know why I said Bosai. I'm sorry. Biosa. Hi, I am Biosa. Thank you. Well, it's too late for anyone to be discouraged. There's no excuse. Discouragement should not be in anybody's dictionary right about now. Discouragement, it should not be on anybody's dictionary. It shouldn't even come out of it shouldn't even be part of your grammar when you're talking about, getting Nigeria where it ought to be. Discouraged, not in the dictionary. Overwhelmed sometimes, yeah, absolutely, because everything that's happening in Nigeria is like back to back. Like you can't even break. You can't even catch a break. It's back to back. You're consistently running against the tide with Nigeria. If you blink, you might miss something. So everything, you have to just be making sure that you're keeping track of everything. You're ensuring that you're getting all the information you need to get. That's what it is. That's what's happening. So Nigeria on our own, we don't get choice. We have to keep going, regardless of how we feel about it. So many things are happening. We can't spend enough time discussing every concern that comes out of Nigeria. We can't. There's another video I wanted to play for you guys. I'm going to pull it up in a few minutes. It was Hyundai. He was on AIT, and he spoke on the foreign aid thing that Trump has put a ban on. So let's listen to this, and then we will talk. It's about 10 minutes long. I don't intend to be here for too long. Hopefully, I can get away really fast.
To put a handle, some sort of handle on the issue of aid and administration in Nigeria?
I think the most important thing is that the Nigerian government needs to define what aid is and is not in the Nigerian context. How it currently is that any foreign actor can bring in a few $1 million into Nigeria and call it aid, and they can use it for whatever reason at all that they want to use it for. And maybe they'll just produce some reports claiming that they built some borehole in some community somewhere. They may or may not have done it, but they will definitely produce the report saying that they did it. The Nigerian government needs to first of all define what is aid. That are you building infrastructure? Are you providing support to communities? What is it exactly, specifically, that you are doing? It must be specific, it must be measurable, it must be accountable. Now, if you say you are bringing aid, and what you are doing with aid is that, for example, you are funding civil society actors to go and protest for higher operation, that is not aid, right? That is foreign influence peddling, right? That is violation of national security. If you say that you are bringing aid, what you're actually doing is bringing money to fund journalists and media platforms to write in a way that skews the narrative in your own favor as the foreign partner. Then what you are doing is that you are pushing propaganda on Nigerians. You are not rendering aid. That is an act of war, right? Currently, as we're speaking, there are several such projects like this, but I'm aware of one specific project right now where it's, as I'm made to understand, it's funded by the UK Foreign Commonwealth and Development Office, and it's working in partnership with BBC Media Action, which I'm sure you know is BBC is a state-funded broadcaster in the UK, which also gets its funding from the FCDO. And what they're doing is they select 10 journalists from West Africa, right? Take them to Ghana, camp them for like a week, and brief them thoroughly, lodge them in a nice hotel, brief them thoroughly, give them talking points, give them a report that, okay, these are the people that we do not like, right? These are people that we will describe in a certain way. So we'll say that so-and-so journalist is—
They form narratives around the person?
Exactly. So we'll say that so-and-so journalist or so-and-so politician, so-and-so social media influencer, so-and-so prominent person is Russian-backed or pro-Kremlin. And then this other person is the one that is fine. We'll say that so-and-so narrative is Russian disinformation or something, or Chinese disinformation or whatever. And this is the acceptable narrative. So at every level of Nigeria's political conversation, be it something as simple as the conversation surrounding GMO food, which I don't understand what the British government's interest is in an internal Nigerian conversation about whether GM crops should be grown in Nigeria. No, that's a purely Nigerian conversation. The British government has no business whatsoever in that. But the British government is funding Nigerian journalists to push out articles that are in favor of GMO food, and then labeling anybody who says that we need to at least have some more conversations about this as, Russian disinformation or whatever. The British government is doing that as we speak, and this is not a voluntary thing. They are paying for these services. The British government is paying £1,000 a quarter to Nigerian journalists.
Well, we hope this will be substantiated. Same way.
It will be.
Yes, yes.
Oh, it absolutely will be.
Quite all right. Still an allegation. Same way. There is some allegations in the US, in the Trump camp, in the Elon Musk camp, that USAID got to BBC Action Media to paint them in bad light. Same allegation, and so they fly around. But let's come further back home now. Lessons and takeaways for the Nigerian government. The successive governments have been accused of not deploying such powers externally for our own national interests. We have the Africa as centerpiece of our foreign policy. We didn't quite take back so much from it. We have the Technical Aid Corps, where we deploy rich, skilled manpower to needy countries around the world, and we don't take back much in terms of what the West First World, so to say, are doing to us. Lessons for us to draw from here.
So first of all, it goes back to what I said earlier about the Nigerian government needing to define what is aid. In addition to defining what aid is, the Nigerian government also needs to understand why aid exists. The primary purpose of aid is not to help people. It's not to make the world a better place. The primary purpose of aid is to advance your national interests. So be it USAID, be it DFID, which is now FCDO, be it whatever, they are not, even if they're building boreholes or renovating schools, whatever it is they're doing, they're not doing it because their interest is to make the world a better place, is to help the needy. The point is to advance the interests of the funder. That is why aid exists. The Nigerian establishment doesn't understand it. So which is why Nigeria's own attempts at aid are basically Father Christmas. Because the Nigerian government thinks that aid is giveaway money. It's not giveaway. There is a quid pro quo. Nothing ever goes for nothing in the world that we live in. So if anybody is bringing,
even in free
none
time.
whatsoever, none whatsoever. So if somebody is bringing money into your country, purportedly for charitable purposes, there is always, you can rest assured that the benefits that they are receiving is at least 10 times greater than the amounts that they are investing. That is the only reason such decisions are made. Right, especially when you are dealing with, the people who run the world, right? The so-called Atlantic Empire. So that's the US, the UK, the EU. That is how historically they have built their societies, and that is how they interact with the world, right? So the same people who are behind the so-called Bretton Woods financial institutions that have this brutally efficient way of interacting with you economically, where every 1 kobo of investments that they give you is going to yield $10 of return for them. Those are the same people that are supposedly giving you aid. They didn't suddenly go to church and change and decide that, okay, we're going to do a charitable giveaway. There's nothing charitable about it. So the Nigerian establishment needs to understand that aid always has strings attached. Aid there is an implied quid pro quo. So if Nigeria itself is giving out aid, such as, for example, the tactical aid call that you mentioned, which it still funds, to the best of my knowledge. Yeah, there must be something that Nigeria is getting back. And that something is not just, the image of Nigeria is, no, there needs to be something
tangible.
That Nigeria, something tangible that Nigeria is actually getting out of it, because that's how everybody else interacts.
And that's how we wasted billions of dollars, human lives in Honduras, in Sierra Leone and Liberia, enforcing peace and all that. But back in Abuja here, we see schools built and donated by Chinese government. We see schools built and donated by South Korean government. We see buildings even have inscriptions, their national language inscribed in some of these buildings. These are some of the issues we are talking about here.
I mean, so the example you mentioned of the ECOMOG expeditions in Liberia and Sierra Leone, which were basically Nigerian-led, even though I don't have anything against the fact that Nigeria intervened in those countries, I think it was in Nigeria's interest for the civil wars there to end as quickly as possible.
And stabilize the sub-region.
Yeah, the destabilization of West Africa is not in Nigeria's interest. But I think, again, as you said, Nigeria missed a trick there, because if you consider, for example, the US invasion of Iraq, right? They didn't just go in, execute a military objective, which is take out Saddam and then leave after the country is stable. No, they took oil.
Their
billions of barrels of oil
remained behind.
Exactly. They took gold reserves that Iraq had. They took something, right? So when Nigeria went to Sierra Leone and Liberia, obviously those ones didn't have anything to give Nigeria. But what could have been done is that those countries could have been effectively integrated into the Nigerian economy. It could have become Nigeria's, de facto 37th and 38th states, right? So, for example, where those two countries had basically collapsed. So I see no reason why, for example, the national currency, the Nigerian naira, couldn't have been introduced as their de facto currency, which has been done elsewhere in the world where people intervene. So, for example, when Zimbabwe collapsed economically in 2008, the US government sent plane loads of US dollar bills because the Zimbabwean economy became dollarized by default because nobody wanted to use the same dollar. Exactly. Exactly. So I see no reason why Nigeria couldn't have done that in Sierra Leone and Liberia. Instead, Nigeria invested a lot of money into stabilizing those countries and getting them back on their feet like a sugar daddy, and then just withdrew and got absolutely nothing out of it. And now Nigeria itself is in a situation where it can barely even help itself.
Even though our financial institutions, financial services industry are extending their frontiers across West Africa. And that's the business community pushing. It should have come in tandem at that point in time.
Exactly. That is how aid works in the real world. It works in tandem with the economic side of things. Aid is not just a geopolitical giveaway, right? There are economic strings that are always attached. So, for example, even in the mechanics of disbursing aid, you will notice that if there maybe some entity, some foreign funded entity says that it has received funding of 3 million. Contractors. Maybe it says it drills wells or something. Check the contractors. They will all be, most of them will be contractors from the country of origin, where the funding is coming from, right? So in reality, the money that is coming from the US is not actually coming to Nigeria. It's staying in the US. It's circulating in the US, and it's boosting. The US government is using foreign aid to act as economic stimulus for its own economic community, for its own businesses there. So that's how Nigeria needs to look at, and not just Nigeria, that's how Africa needs to understand aid. That aid is very, very big business. And the only person who doesn't benefit in the entire value chain of aid is the end recipient.
Okay. These are the supposed poor citizens that are indeed having their lives improved. I have to leave it here for today and say thank you, David Hundeyin, investigative journalist, for joining us here.
Hello, everyone. Hello, 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 hello. Guy, Mr. Guy Omalele, greetings. Okay, you said some days ago another big NGO. Okay, I don't know. I didn't I didn't see that. Maybe because I didn't check. Let me see if I can find anything about it. Mhm. Let's see. Which NGO just left? You said just last week, right? Some days ago. Okay, so the one I'm seeing here, let's see. The Red Cross. You mean the Red Cross? It said they just expelled the Red Cross from the country, ordering all foreign staff to leave and demanding closure of its offices. Is that the one you're referring to? I think that's the one. See, God, look at the place where all the locality where all types of NGOs exist. It's Kibra. I don't know where Kibra is. It doesn't say. If you check the mission and vision statements of these NGOs, they all claim to focus on changing lives and elevating people to live better. Look at how dilapidated this community is. Look at the refuse dump. Hey, God. Wow, now scam. Several years ago in Chad, the French NGO was about to no see now their work be that. The managers were arrested. Sarkozy came in person to free them. Can you imagine? They send them to come do all manner of evil for Nigeria. And guess what? They use our people too. They use some of our people have made themselves available to be used. I don't know, and if you remember the story of, I don't know whether na Cameroon it happened or which country, which African country now, where this foreign person, this well, that's not expat that they call them expatriates. The guy can't work for the place, but guess what? He took advantage of multiple young teenage girls. He was using the same one of their nationality, one of the people from that country. That person was his middleman. So I think when the issue of money came about and stuff like that, so that's when this guy, this nationality from this African country, ratted him out and they started looking for him. But before they could say Jack, the man don't disappear, don't base, don't come up for the country. But guess what? In the country person don't give them, supply them. Many teenage people make it take advantage of. Oh, I don't know. Now Nigeria now we dey focus on for today. So I beg anybody when get any new fresh ideas about strategy, then we need to, because there are people doing the work in the background, like I said, I don't hear and meet people when they do real stuff behind the scene. And I say thank you to all those people. I thank you for their work that they are doing. Me, I did send them positive vibes and all the encouragement that is needed. It's telling me that Nigerians are finally getting there, slowly but surely, but we must get there, whether we like it or not, because this country is only one that we have. We don't have two. It's only if you say, okay, you say you want to. I was reading something, I think Bovi say he has moved his family overseas because of the case of bullying in Nigerian schools. I just laugh, shake my head. I say, and you think that you are bringing your children to a place where they won't be bullied? Abi, they have not informed Bovi. Not only will the children be bullied, the racism they will face, first of all. You go they teach them things when you don't ever expect in your life to teach your children. Well, to each their own, Sha. I read it and I was just like, I don't think that's the answer. You're taking your children because they will not bring them to a place where now only Oyibo people did there. And you know, say Nigerians, when they bring their children, they always put them for school when they say now only Oyibo now they did the school. If they even see another black person, maybe like 2 or 3 sprinkled, then they'll come grow up with some kind messed up mindset, or they'll come they feel like say they're not rich. You know, that one are life. I don't know, shall to each your own. I don't judge anybody. I just dey talk my own. After all, what do I know? So on Nigerian matter, let me they talk. So I saw this video of Dele Farotimi. I hadn't seen it before, actually, to be honest. But I did like the fact that, I don't know, does anybody have, I have a thought about Afenifere. I'm thinking, I don't know if it can become a political party. To be honest, I respect the Afenifere group, the one that has a Pa Adebanjo. Is that his name? Yeah. The one that has the Adebanjo faction. I really respect those people, man. I have high respect for them. You know, I don't know if they're thinking of becoming a political party. I kind of hope that, I don't know. I'm craving for it. What do you guys think? I don't know. Till today, no judgment. Exactly. No judgment. Who will give the judgment now? When your house is not in order, thieves will break in and take whatever they want. That's the problem. Yeah, exactly. Same story with the ONU peace forces in Central Africa. They were, yeah, that's what normally happens. And then when they come, these people in the guise of aid, they are abducting, they are taking advantage, they are, you know, organ trafficking, a lot of things go on. And your government will let them in because they don't collect money. All the aid money, I shared it in my community page. Look at all the money that has been spent on aid alone in Nigeria. There was one I recently posted. I was like, what did these people do with this money, for Christ's sake? What exactly have they done with the money? Let me see here. Let me see. Apart from the 824, there was one I saw for like 1 billion or 2 billion or something like that. Aid money as well. I don't think I posted that one. I think I didn't post it. It's crazy. In ICU, patients in ICU are bringing inverters from home to UCH. So I don't know. Everybody when they prepare to get Nigeria back, more are they ready? You guys should get ready. No, this time, no dolly, no. Same story with MONUSCO in DRC, nothing. Only, yep, they don't always do anything. Usually these stories are normal. These stories are typical of all those NGOs that come. They take advantage, and then not only, they will use your people to collect information. They just pay them small money. Go and find information. They will use them. I read a comment somewhere. Somebody said, they won't be surprised if this aid money was directly sponsoring BH, Boko Haram. And I stopped for a minute. I was like, oh my God, this person could be right. Could be right. All of a sudden, do you hear any multiple kind of BH going on? It seemed to have paused a little bit. Or am I wrong? Maybe I haven't, the information hadn't just gotten to me. These people it's not free. I hope that everybody is now opening their eyes to it. It's not free. When they are bringing these things to you, they claim it, and the money is not even getting to you. That's the funny thing. That money, what the feeling I have is that when it comes, the people that are disposing the money to have cut inside. So all that money that they say on paper, let's say they say they are giving you 1 billion, it not go reach your hand. The person, when they disburse the money, go get your own cut. Then your own politicians go get their own cut, and some other people, I'm telling you. So the money not they ever reach the people when it's supposed to reach. Not be say we need them anyway. And then I hear say the fight for Congo and all of that. And I hear say they don't nominate one representative for, is it Goya? I've been waiting with the name of that place. One lady like that. They don't seem to quiet down about the fight. See the power of voices, unified voices. When you speak up, and say, no, we don't want this in our vicinity, this is what happens. See what kind of magic that can take place when you Goma. Thank you very much, Mr. Gawanlili. It has paused. Now they have nominated some lady. I can't remember her name. Neither can I even pronounce it. So I shouldn't even pretend. I can't pronounce her name. So I'm not even going to try. You know, they've nominated someone. The fight has subsided. Sorry, Mona Noves. I'm a little bit tired today. You know, so this is the power of your voice. When you use your voice correctly, people will listen. You think these people are not listening? They are. There'll be pressure from all angles because there's a thing called shame. That shame, it will make people back down on certain things. You know, people go reconsider. Those that were talking, everybody was talking. Thanks to everyone that has been talking. Let's keep talking, and let's keep our eyes peeled on that as well, because you know, when we are sleeping, you don't know what happens. They might just wake up tomorrow and say they want to resume the madness again. Please, I beg, let's not sleep on it. Use whatever resources you have, any social media platform you're on, use it to speak up. Don't be waiting for some big influencer to there's no such thing as big influencer. You are your own influencer now. Now I tell they pay you, now you come out, come make your feelings known. Don't wait for anybody. If you are waiting for anybody, you are just wasting time. Cry when you need to cry. Don't wait for nobody before you cry. I beg you now. See this whole thing when they happen now. Now, say within how many days when people apply pressure, they talk, the thing don't quiet down. You see, they don't quickly nominate person put in charge of that place. Goma. Everybody don't rest. You understand? The M23 people, I think they had like a huge support of people come out in support of them. I don't know whether it's right or wrong, but I saw that. And I'm like, okay, these M23 people that they were talking some kind of negatively about or so. I mean, look at the support they're getting. What's up with that? Can they say they paid all those people? You know? But hey, what do I know? You understand? Yeah, he's exposing the shady fraud. Yes. I saw that comment. I never, I'm not think calm, you can't think about everything. I just said, oh my God, this is true. This is right. This is absolutely correct. Boko Haram, they might be the ones sponsoring it because you don't kind of reduce. Because I remember the interview by one of the majors, he a major general or whatever, that was on which channel was he now? This big network. I can't remember what they are called in the Middle East. What are they called again? I can't remember. But anyway, he was asking. He said we need to find the source of the funding. That's what he said in that interview. We need to find who is sponsoring them. Where's the money coming from? I remember him saying that. And the journalist was asking him, so where is it coming from? He's like, that's the question I'm asking. Where's that money coming from? We need to cut the source of the funding because these people are getting weapons. Where are they getting the money to buy those weapons? The thing just make back for my I say, oh my God, eureka moment. Light bulb. Bam. I say, this is true. This is possibly true. That's where the funding for Boko Haram is coming from. That means that they get superior weapons. Ha! Exactly. Money, exactly. Many are the top. All those people that they middle, they don't collect the money. It consign them. They don't share and put for pockets. Don't go put them for some bank account for Switzerland. When they say they maintain their ferry land for there, everywhere be like a cartoon. It's so unreal. It be like a place when place when you don't know whether it exists for this one. It's almost like a dreamland. That's what they do with the money. It's crazy. Yeah, Goma, thank you so much, Oga Lily. Stay humble. I'll come to you in a minute. Welcome. Oh, thank you very much for stopping by. Greetings to you. Happy Thursday. Michael, welcome. 90% of foreign aid doesn't get to the country and the remaining 10% goes to the looters. Bam. Exactly. Oh, you work for Deloitte. Is it Deloitte they call it or Deloitte? And it was revealed during a brainstorming session. You see, thank you very much, Michael. You see, can you imagine that? You see, that's the problem. These things has long been, even here, nothing free. Anybody they give you free thing, be very skeptical. Why are they giving it to you? Why is it free? Why? Ask. Don't ever accept, don't be quick to accept free things. Don't be quick to always, when something is free, you want to gravitate, grab. You don't know what's behind that free thing. Maybe they don't use chemical when they're not supposed to use, cook that thing. If not food, they go give it to you, maybe you can't try it. You self longer throat. You go try the thing. Your body go change forever. You gotta pay attention to this. Is what they've used aid to do in Africa. See what they don't use the vaccines when they say they make for polio and the rest of them. See what they don't use and destroy people's lives for nothing. That they use people till they do trial and error for medication. I'm sure you guys saw those interviews. Look, I beg, we can't stop, because evil know the rest. You know, see, I'm tired, but I'm here. We cannot stop. We gotta keep going. Since they say they don't want rest, we not go rest, because if we were quiet, when this whole Congo thing, Rwanda, South Africa was going on, they are throwing words back and forth to each other because they are big elephants. Now the grass, now they always suffer. If nobody came out and we all kept quiet and say, no cuckoo concern me, no concern me, guess what? Before you know what's happening, they go say they don't declare war. East go they fight. Before you know it, they happen, they go one drag the thing come west. Somehow, the whole of Africa will be in turmoil. You see, this is why you use your voice wherever you are. Use your voice to lift up the concerns of the people, whether you know them or not. As long as they're in Africa, it's your business, man. It's your business. Yeah. Michael says only $1 of every $100 donated to Red Cross gets to the recipients as the rest. When they hear something, Michael is dropping gems for us. So thank you very much, Michael. See information now. Only $1 of every $100 donated to the Red Cross gets to the recipients as the rest goes towards administrative costs. When they hear? So Umachuku, welcome. Welcome. Good evening to you. Welcome. Nothing is free. Nothing. Don't be deluded. Oh, it's free. I didn't pay anything for it. Even when you go to stores where people say, oh, they are going to look for stuff on sale, check. You are not really buying it on sale. Nothing is free. It's not as free as you think it is. They'll say, buy one, get two free. It's about to expire. They will lose out if they don't sell one, buy one, get one free. Not be everything that they rush. Personally, I don't like free stuff. I don't. Don't come to me. I don't want to, please. I rather let me be managing my small money that I'm making. It's my hard work. Let me be managing it. If it's Gary that is enough for me to buy, I buy my Gary, drink it with granite in peace. Contentment should come back to the world again. Everybody needs to learn contentment. Everything you just rush, go to chop. I saw one documentary. Sorry, you'll stay humble. I'm sorry. I'll come to you now. There's a documentary I saw about the Aborigines in Australia. One lady, I can't remember the title of the documentary now. When the Yoruba people first came to them, they used to eat, they had a very healthy lifestyle, just typical of every African country now. They're mostly vegetarians. They eat, sugar and all those things. When these Oyibo people come, they can't give them sugar. They give them sweets, candy, chocolate, all these things, all these mende things. Okay, this woman saying constant to the chop ham, they can't give am to them, can't try am from there, they can't supply am to the village, can't the chop am. Then can't notice, I think she now had some serious illness. I don't forget what she said. I think high blood pressure or diabetes or something like that. She's never heard of this before. It was very strange disease to her, very strange. She said she had to abandon where she was saying and go back to her village and went back to eating the way that she used to eat. Her parents taught her to eat and everything disappeared. All that illness left her body. That chocolate was free. That donut when they give her now free. All the sweetie, mende things were free. The thing can't go turn to another thing for her body. Stay humble, my brother. Welcome. Oh, please, you may unmute. You have the floor now. Thank you very much. Thank you for your patience and sorry for keeping you. Can you hear me? Stay humble.
Yes, I
Okay.
can hear you. Thank you very
Okay.
much.
You're welcome.
It was just rounding off my studies, and I happened to see that you're online. And again, I'm really delighted for what you're doing. Okay, I hope it will herald greater participation from the women folk in national discourse. I'm always glad when I see you, talking about these issues in depth, in depth analysis of these issues. I have hope, that things are improving, things are getting better. And yes, despite the challenges we're facing at the moment, because when you want to change what has been there, what has taken root, what has deep tap roots, they will put up a fight, really. But again, it's not about relenting, it's about continuing pushing despite the opposition. Yes, I heard you say things about the donations made by foreign agencies to healthcare in Nigeria. Is that the topic?
Yeah, it's just an all-round topic because like from the last conversations that we've been talking about strategies on how to move forward for 2027.
Okay, yeah, brilliant.
So it's an all-round conversation. So this popped up in the middle of the conversation. So because I played a video by David Hundeyin earlier, I don't know if you caught that, where he was talking about the aid, the implications behind the aid, that nothing is really free. So we kind of touched on it. So that's where, that's how come you heard that. Yeah. No, whatever you want to add, though, that's fine.
Yeah, again, David Hundeyin is someone that I love listening to, and I would say thank God for him, because his presence in the media space has really added a lot of enlightenment to us. Things that we looked at that we didn't think were important. He has really thrown light them and really brought out some very, very topical issues. And some people, unfortunately, many young people are not paying attention. That's the unfortunate thing. But again, we won't continue crying about the number. Just
No,
continue.
there are a lot of young people that are paying attention. No. Not as much as we would like, but a lot more young people are actually paying attention. I have to give them credit because I've been in spaces that have been hosted by young people and where they're discussing these issues, and it's been mind blowing. So I can't say because I've been in those places, I cannot say that the young people have not been. They have. So it is helping. That's why I think I was saying earlier that any social media platform you find yourself in, if you have social media platform, use it as an opportunity to put your thought out there, because you don't know who you can reach. I cannot reach everybody that you can reach. There are people that you can reach that I cannot reach, basically. So this is an opportunity for everybody to get involved. So as many people who stand up and continue to speak, you'll be amazed, because I tell you, prior to 2023, a lot of people were not that vested in the whole process in Nigeria. Compared
Exactly.
to now, oh my God, huge difference. No.
Yeah.
There's a lot more to do, but
Yeah.
there's clearly
2023 was the watershed in our history, and long may it continue, to be honest. Yeah, I'll touch on the foreign donation stuff, and then also touch on the political space in Nigeria. So when I was growing up, I was reading voraciously, things, history, what have you, politics and stuff. And one of the people I used to read the articles really well, Professor Ken Dibe, who used to write for Daily Sun those days. You might know Ken Dibe. He's a journalist.
I've heard his name. I've heard his
Yeah.
name before.
Okay, the
Yeah.
best articles are
Sounds
like,
familiar.
they're like honey to me.
Okay.
I've read dozens of Ken Debate articles, and his style of writing is unique. So then he's one of the persons I used to read the article, and then some other persons as well. And then they used to criticize these donations, and I didn't understand clear what was happening, and I used to wonder, come on, we are receiving donations. Why would you say that it's better they don't give us foreign aid just because our leaders pilfer those funds and invest them abroad as well? But in the last 5-10 years, that I've really followed Nigeria's politics, well, I've come to understand that, look, these aids are not necessary. We have all the resources to actually support ourselves and even help other countries that are even less resourced. What we just need is to get it right, leadership wise. Some people might say, oh, that all Nigerians are corrupt. That's a propaganda by the West, and then their Nigerian collaborators, the politicians. So they want to distract you from the issues, and they say, oh, all Nigerians are corrupt. But you just need one guy, because just one man, just one woman, whoever, to be in charge and turn the system around. If you look at many countries that have experienced tremendous transformation in all aspects, it was just one person. They didn't need a crowd, really. So just one person coming there and saying, look, let's do things differently, and then you will see remarkable change. So yeah, they might argue, but again, those aids are not necessary, because they come in and they come in at a cost, really, because when you look at our crude oil, for example, there is no accountability. Since we started exploiting crude oil, there's not been accountability. We don't know the extent to which the crude oil is exploited. We don't know the number of barrels being sold. We don't know where the money is going. So probably these foreign collaborators, they have a hand in this whole mess. So these donations, they come at a cost, and even more cost, double the cost, because they take a lot, give us the money, and then our rulers, I don't want to call them leaders, steal the money and take the money back abroad. So at the end of the day, we lose, really well from them. So I don't think they are necessary. The reason why they were really particular and very much interested about reducing the burden of it is that it directly affects them.
Yes.
And if there is a disease, for example, that will not find its way to the developed world, they will not care. Nobody is so much interested in Ebola as much as they are, so because it's not something that will just strike someone dead within days or weeks. So that's why they are really vested. Yeah, the money has done a lot. It was George Bush in 2003 that when he visited Nigeria, was the third American president to visit Nigeria. The first was Jimmy Carter in 1978. The second was Bill Clinton in 2000.
Right.
And George Bush in 2003. So he established that fund, PEPFAR, U.S. President Emergency so fund for its relief, and other agencies also were funding. Yes, they really did a lot with the funds, I would say, for the AIDS one. The funding for the HIV/AIDS one. They really did a lot, but of course you can't rule out fraud and graft. Those things, they might steal like 60% of the money or 70%. Still, but it's reduced. The burden of HIV/AIDS has reduced tremendously. I was in Dr. Damage's forum, one of those nights, and someone was the discussion came up, and someone was just giving some information that I wasn't then I wanted her to clarify, the veracity. She said Nigeria was number 2 and so and so and so. But she just dismissed me, like she didn't know who I am.
Right.
Yeah, and I didn't want to tell her who I am. It's not necessary. She might be someone also, be enlightened, but I didn't want to. But again, it's not about who someone is. It's about getting your facts right.
Right.
So, then coming to the main cocoa, which is how we will galvanize efforts to build something formidable. Like I've always said, it is not an emergency coalition. It's not an emergency approach.
Yeah.
It should be something that is long term. It should be something that is well structured, and it mustn't follow the regular pattern. The problem we have, if you've been following the news about the Minister for Education coming up with the so-called 12 whatever system of education, just copying mindlessly the UK system, just copying. We can't sit down and fashion out our own way, look at our cultural background and everything, and say what will work out for us. These guys just are not even informed about anything. They just copy. So it's not about what the tradition is. It mustn't even follow. Oh, someone say, oh, it must be in form of a party. You understand? We mustn't. It mustn't be based on the tradition that some of those thieving and criminal founding fathers and whatever they call themselves, rulers and whatever, fashioned out. No, it mustn't be a political party. It can be a movement. It might not even be one movement. It might be a number of. It mustn't be we want unity. That word unity, we often misuse it in Nigeria. Okay, it must be this umbrella. People at different parts of the world, geographical locations with different ideals. Everybody's idea is not the same, and people's level of enlightenment and people's endeavor, they are not the same. You have people that are involved in teaching, research, and what have you. You have people involved in health. You have students. You have business people and what have you. So people could. The most important thing is, what is the aim? What do you aim to achieve? You want to achieve a prosperous country, isn't it? So people could, at their different niches, carve out, all these organizations, all these start building very good political culture. It's not about coming to get power, because even in 2023, when Peter Obi contested, it will shock you that even probably 50-60% of people following Peter Obi did not even understand in depth what Peter Obi's ideals were. It was after the election that Peter Obi started going about, and that people started that this guy is really different. His brand of politics is not, what these guys are doing. You understand? And so many people began to understand, oh, look, this guy is really, really inventing better methods of doing things, of people carrying themselves, of people speaking up, and what have you. So we should work in that direction as well. Yes, I know it will involve a lot of things. When we usually talk about when the time comes, but these things should even be beyond 2027.
Absolutely.
I can tell you something. Now, there is a possibility that 2027 will come, and the criminal establishment in Nigeria would do everything possible, maybe with their foreign collaborators, to ensure that the status quo remains, right? But that should not deter people. So at some point, after 2027, on and on and on, they will continue looting and looting. The debt burden is increasing. It's like 120 something trillion naira. At some point, there will be nothing to share. And these criminals will be forced to negotiate power. It will happen across Africa as the young people, as people are getting more enlightened and as people are pushing back, these guys will be forced at some point to come and negotiate power with the people. So it's not about 2027. So it's not something about emergency. Oh, by once you enter 2026, we'll start running around, bring El-Rufai, bring Amechi, bring this person, bring the other person, and then let's just and get the power. No, even if they put up a strong resistance and still perpetuate themselves in power, there is a structure. The people will continue to be there. The people will continue to be at their neck. At some point, they will come to negotiate power. For example, now I'll give you a practical example. The political establishment in Nigeria, have finally, it's difficult for them to swallow, accepted that Peter Obi is a force in terms of when you're talking about political power. You understand my point?
Yeah.
So the people have proven a point that Peter Obi is a force. And initially, they thought it was just about Peter Obi. And then the obedience now said, look, he is not going to play second fiddle to anybody. So they now know that even apart from a Peter Obi factor, there is the people factor. They oftentimes want to undermine the voices of the people by saying that it's just obedience. That time obedience, they want to use it to undermine the voice of all Nigerians. That's one. And then most times they buy up all these media houses, all these so-called mainstream media, and they want to paint a picture that the obedient movement are some disgruntled Igbo youths. You understand my point? So these are strategies that they use, but they have failed woefully in that regard. So that those people have also seen that there is a larger picture to Peter Obi, the people.
Yes.
So assuming 2027 comes and they do their shenanigans, do their normal thing, 2031, Peter Obi and the obedient factor and the Nigerian youth factor and is still there. They can't run away from it. So people, they will be forced to negotiate power, because what happens in Nigeria is that they come and say, not South, not South.
Yes.
That arrangement does not feature the people in it. That arrangement just those criminals. So not South. What is not South? North is maybe either Fulani or Kanuri or Hausa. South maybe Yoruba. Maybe once in 1,000 centuries, one other tribe may get it. And who gets it among, it's from their group. Yeah. So it doesn't feature the people. So the people should divorce themselves from that demonic arrangement of North-South, because it doesn't capture the plurality of Nigeria, the multiculturality of Nigeria. When I hear people saying minority and all those things, it makes me mad.
Yeah.
There's nothing like minority. Everybody should have a voice.
I hope Mr. Pansat is here. Mr. Pansat and I were always fighting on that one. He will say, Mr. Pansat, in the way he talks, say, this minority. I've seen Mr. Pansat. Nobody's minority.
Yeah.
Forget all that. Go ahead. Sorry.
So people have their views, probably someone like Pansat and the rest of them. We probably must not agree on every minute detail. It's not like we must not agree on every sentiment, but we have a broad understanding of what the problem is, and we have a broad understanding of what the solutions are, and the solutions are right at the door. People like, let's say, all these guys, former governors and all, they know what the solution is. They know who can come in and restore sanity within a short period of time, but they still enjoy the chaos. They still enjoy the poverty. They benefit from all those things. So they don't want it. So they keep on beating about the bush. You understand? We know what the solution is. We know that this is not rocket science. Electricity is not rocket science. Why do we not have electricity in Nigeria? Is it that Mr. Buhari or Mr. Tinubu does not know how to fix electricity? They know. But the thing is that people that rule Nigeria work so hard to ruin Nigeria. They have sleepless nights strategizing on how to ruin Nigeria, on how to make things very bad, on how to even frustrate every developmental effort. We were discussing on a football forum on Nairaland, and someone mentioned about a very good developmental program that Nigeria had between 2012 and 2015, where we've devised a means of recruiting players for our under-17 team. And during the period, we won 2 under-17 World Cup. And that system was abandoned. So I said it's very simple. The reason why the system was abandoned was because it worked. You understand? So it's the system that works that they will abandon because they don't want anything to work. Because if it's not working, it's in their favor. You understand? So that's a microcosm of what happens in the larger Nigerian society. Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely right. Stay humble. Everything you said, absolutely true. They don't want it because it's working in the favor of a few. So if, for instance, there's constant electricity, you won't need to buy generators. There'll be no house with ga 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 in the night time when you're supposed to be having correct sleep, better one, better rest. Generator sound do not allow you hear word. The fumes, you're inhaling poison and then the people will now want to install the generator, they'll not put it in front of your window. So at night time, not only is the noise giving you a migraine, you're also inhaling fumes. So those people that are the chain suppliers, the main distributors, the owners of generator companies in Nigeria will not want it to work. That's why they like the chaos, because they profit from it. This one, now that there's no food, there are people that are importing food now and are putting a lot of money on top of it. Why? Because they want to take advantage. Every chaos that they create, they use it to make money. All this kidnapping we're talking about, organ harvesting, essaying of young people, there are people profiting from it. In this time, we've heard the number of people that are being trafficked have increased. They've tripled, if the numbers have not even quadrupled. You're selling off teenagers. The ones that are not selling off, they go collect their organs for their body, sell them to the highest bidders. We are seeing it play out. I don't know if any of you saw the video of the man that was recently caught, whether it's in Lagos, I don't even know, where the man, apparently they brought 4 boys, young secondary school boys. Parents, pay attention to your children. The boy's father was not around. They carried him, somebody carried them to go and meet one man that essayed. Hey, God, do you know that thing broke me inside? I was like, oh my God. You get some people when they know you won't just they're not supposed to come up for death like normal. I don't know, some kind of families they're not supposed, that kind of man not supposed go this thing. I stand judge. I don't know, may not be like say they ask people to do something for years, so make I keep my mouth shut. I listened to this father's interview. I'm like, oh my God, this is so sad. Young, their psyche, you don't mess up their psyche. Those ones are going to need serious therapy. They cannot be left alone. If they left alone, because what these people are doing, they are creating a lot of chaos in the society right now. Those people now, those young boys will go up, they know will get interest in a normal way. You're going to become the one that say, why? This man not talk, sha. I just calm down.
So the problem is beyond just asking parents to do this and do that. Who are the parents? And how do they provide for these children? Yeah, I was reading something about the United Nations Convention on Child Rights, this night, and I was just thinking, to myself, saying that, does the Nigerian child enjoy these rights? Right to this, right to that, right to that. Does the Nigerian child have access to education, at least basic education with the minimum quality, globally recommended quality? Does the Nigerian child have access to healthcare? Does the Nigerian child, it will shock you that even in Lagos State, that many children are not immunized. Many children are not vaccinated in Lagos. So, and they often say that Lagos is the most developed, very funny anyway, most developed state in Nigeria, which is as funny, which is as funny as it could ever sound. But again, let's assume it is true. And many children are not vaccinated. Now imagine what is happening in other states. So it's really, really pathetic. The Nigerian child does not have access to education, does not have access to healthcare, does not have access to food, does not have access to clean water, does not have access to housing. Many people in Lagos, there are millions of people in Lagos that don't have houses. These children don't even have house at all to live in. Talk more of, you are talking about parents doing something when there is no house to even live. So it's really, really troubling. It's really troubling. And
it is, because I hear you. I get your point about, it's not up to the parents, because that's true. There's only so much parents have to make a living to provide for those kids, right? That's what needs to happen. Growing up, we had neighbors that you could trust. Parents used to be able to leave their children with, they come back, we go market. And those neighbors will take care of you like their own. We used to have neighbors with there were times we'll have grandmothers all around. Those grandmothers, they will take us to, if it is Baptist church, we'll carry all the children for the compound, go Baptist church. Another grandmama will come, it may be Muslim, you'll carry us go Ile-Kewu, right? You'll go. Then another one will come, maybe in Anglican church, they go carry all of us, go Anglican church. You could trust parents. It wasn't just up to parents alone. Even in school, teachers then, if you're behaving badly, they will deal with you. Tell your parents will deal with you. Then the principal was also responsible. If they report you to the principal that this is what you have done, after the teacher has dealt with you, the principal will have words with you, also dish out some punishment, and then your parents will also have your parents to face. Nigerian kids don't have that anymore. You dare not live even with your own family members now in Nigeria. You can't. You can't.
But you know that growing up, we were living in Nigeria, but these ones growing up are living in Somalia.
That is true.
They're living in Somalia. And why do I say that? What's Nigeria's GDP per capita now? The current GDP per capita. I saw something somewhere on social media, and I was like, did I even realize that it's gone this bad? I think our GDP is now less than our GDP per capita is now less than $1,000.
I'm sure.
So we are now in the level of Somalia officially. And some years ago, when some politicians used to threaten that, look, if I don't win this election, I will turn Nigeria to I will make Nigeria ungovernable. That's
It says
that used to be
1,621 and $12. I'm sorry, and 12 cents USD as at 2023. That's the
okay.
GDP per capita.
So today, I learned as at 2025, it's now less than 1,000. I think 800 and something.
Hey!
Those days when, each time Obasanjo's election was approaching, where he used to write this thing is wherever, chamber. Some people will be threatening, look, if you don't give me the ticket, I will make Nigeria ungovernable. That was the threat. I will make Nigeria like Somalia. And maybe we thought that maybe they will bring in Al-Shabaab or some kind of thing. Maybe they did, because Boko Haram, is it better than Al-Shabaab? All those things were what Somalianized Nigeria. Do you understand? All those things. There were a lot of things that happened. I'll give a summary, which I believe we all know. Nigeria in 2013 rebased her GDP. So rebasing her GDP meant that some things that our masters, in quotes, Britain, did not include in the calculation.
I beg, not be my master. I beg. Colonialist preferred word. Oh my God, there are no masters, no way.
Nollywood came into the picture, information technology, what have you, and our GDP came to $514 billion, right? And that was the first time the largest GDP in Africa will not be controlled by whites. That was the first time there will be a GDP in Africa, and it outstripped South Africa's GDP by almost $200 billion. South Africa was 300 and something, and that was huge. And that was going to be a threat. You know what it meant? 500, and then it was rising. The GDP was increasing, because then we are growing at between 6 and 7%. The economy was growing at between 6 and 7%. Yes, some people were suffering, and things were hard. You understand? There was corruption, massive corruption, but there were opportunities as well.
People had values. There was a value system. People had values. People had, even though you didn't have much, there was contentment that was being taught from the home base. People had principles. People did not allow the love of money to take their soul away and become monsters. The value system has been completely eroded, because I tell you for free, growing up, a lot of people did not have much, but there was a sense of discipline in the people.
Yeah.
There were people that you will come and give huge sums of money to, say, take, please, I want you. They will reject it and say, no. If this is why you're giving me this money to do this, I don't want to be a part of it. So the system, the value system has been totally eroded. Everybody's now doing stuff for the love of money. Everything is about money, material. When Nigeria just switched like that, I mean, it was a gradual progression. It's really mind-boggling, because I remember growing up then, even when somebody gives you money, a stranger gives you money, you reject it. You can't take it. You can't, because you're not used to taking stuff from people. So you reject. That was your unconscious reaction. You like, somebody gives me something growing up then, even as an adult, I still would reject it, because I'm not used to taking free stuff. So I wonder, at what point did the value system just flipped on its head? You understand? Contentment, for instance, I learned that from home. Regardless of how much I have, I'm not moved, regardless of what my pay grade is. So there's that contentment is no longer in the society. You even have parents now pushing children to do stuff just because they want to, feel among. Anyway.
So it's really difficult to have institutional poverty, mental poverty, all sorts of poverty, and even worsening. And then you have a decent society. Those two are not compatible. So we'll have a political class that is very corrupt, and then they continue to corrupt the people. Many people that have been corrupted, many people that were regarded as the beacon, and they probably didn't set out to be nasty as they are. People that used to be popular, people that used to write, people that used to advocate for this or that, people that probably didn't set out. But the weapon is that they continue to make them poorer and poorer and poorer, and to make it difficult for them to resist whatever they would offer them, for them to become beasts. You understand? So they keep on corrupting the people. For example, when we were growing up, it used to be known that the Southwest, for example, was the most enlightened region or geopolitical zone in the country, right? Yeah. So check the indices in the last 10 years of all, states, in terms of education, in terms of housing, in terms of, those foundations, those structures have been eroded completely. Most of the indices coming out, you will see the Southwest states playing in the same wing with states from the Northwest, states from the Northeast. You understand? Number of out of school children, people without housing, people that have dropped out from school. You see those states in the region of states like Gombe and the rest of them around that area. So what happened? The political class, you understand, continue to corrupt the people, continue to take their mind away from the substance, and continue to push them into it's just politics. It's just kill, maim people. Let's grab it. It's just about getting there, stealing the money. It's just about you being happy that someone that bears your name is a name you can relate is there. And then it's not about the people. They just pick one or two persons from so, and then give them an appointment. What do those people do? Because there's no accountability, nothing. They just steal money and then invest abroad. You understand? You go to the states where they are coming from and their towns. They're all ghost towns, and there's nothing there. People don't have access to water. People don't have access to education. People don't have access to anything. So they keep on corrupting the people. And, where you have poverty, endemic poverty, you can't have decency. It's almost impossible. And the kind of education we have in Nigeria, education system is still anachronistic, still archaic, still it has not been revised. And then they're now trying to do these 12 something. But like I was saying, previously, if we are to build something, if we are to put up a resistance, if you are to put up, there are some things that people might have to do away with. Sometimes when people are popular and then they are growing and growing and growing, they might feel that they have to reply everything. You understand? They might feel some distractions may come their way, and they might not even know that these are distractions. Like recently, there's this brawl between who and who. You know what I'm saying? These two personalities, and they've been, calling themselves names, and then saying some things that are not like one of them mentioned that, oh, even during Jonathan's time, that things were really hard, that Okonji, while I was borrowing money to pay salaries. It showed poor understanding of economics. You understand? Because because we are not like used to borrowing money. The economy was growing. You understand? By economy growing, you had more people in the workforce. You understand? You had more teaching hospitals. You had more federal medical centers were established. Hospitals were equipped. More schools, more federal universities, and the rest. And the workforce was growing. You understand? And the crude oil, because we had not diversified the economy, the crude oil was not going to be enough. So they had to borrow money. Borrowing money to pay salaries will not still stop the GDP from growing. You understand? It's going to be it wasn't going to be a permanent measure because they had not diversified the economy. You are not going to owe the workers because previous governments failed to diversify the economy. So you have to borrow money and pay. But the thing is, when you're borrowing the money, you're borrowing to pay salary, you're also borrowing for infrastructure, and then you are borrowing to grow your economy. When you grow your economy, you can be able to diversify the economy and then have less reliance on crude oil. And this is something that the successive governments failed to do. They just kept on borrowing and borrowing and borrowing and borrowing. Okay, it used to be crude oil that they were selling and stealing the money. Now there's no crude oil again. What they are now, they started borrowing money. At some point now, they won't be able to borrow money again because of the huge debt. So what will they do? They will sell some assets. At a point, some people might not even know. I was watching my Eagles shows. Say very soon they will sell human beings. Say China, just take this village, take the human being. You can cut off their whatever you want to take from them. So it's really pathetic, isn't it? But yeah, we are number 26 then at $576 billion. We are number 26. And remember that the vision of Yaradua was Vision 2020 to be among the top 20 by 2020. And by 2014, we were number 26. And we were growing at between 6 and 7%. So that by 2018, we were supposed to be at number 18 or 19, the biggest economy in the world at that rate. That was going to be huge. Imagine Nigeria being in the top 20. That means our president will sit on the same table where they are discussing global issues, and his voice will be respected. It's not about, oh, you going to say, oh, in Africa, we are really suffering. Or could you people please help us? We need money for education. No. People will be coming. We'll be giving aid to other countries. But that did not sit well with the principalities of the world. So they had to do something. And then here we are. Thank you.
That's true. You're absolutely right about that. You're absolutely right. But we cannot. For me personally, I just feel like we need to start getting over, whoever the so-called principles of the world that are standing in the way. We have to stand up and deal with this situation. I don't care who's standing in the way. The person no take time, we will not calm down. We must get what we need to get. We can't continue like this because it doesn't make any sense at all for us to continue like it. Don't make any sense at all. We need mass education. We need people. As we start to put everything together, we need to pay a lot of attention to educating the people and transforming their mind from the grassroots. It's work that we need to do. We can't shy away from it. We need to invest in it. Adult, young, middle, old, however, doesn't matter. Everybody needs to be educated in the language that they understand, right? Before we can start, once we now get in, then we can now go into our various communities and start to develop our educational system to match our community's needs and our traditional values. The way education is in Nigeria is not favorable at all. It makes absolutely no sense. It's all about copy and paste, copy and paste. They don't even know what it is that they copy and paste. They don't even know. They use a copy and paste. By now we're supposed to get all the subjects when they teach for this world, including the ones when they teach for this world, our own. We're supposed to teach them for our language by now. I suppose to explain physics to you in my native language. I suppose to explain mathematics to you in my native language. So there's work to be done. I mean, I'm not stuck on Nigeria's problem because in many, it's overwhelming. Where we want to start from. So now how we go take, waiting we need to add more work to be done behind the scenes in order for us to get to a place. And I'm happy to say there are people that I know somebody who's working on a radio, and I was very impressed. I got a message. The radio, is like coming soon. And I'm so excited because that's something that it will be very helpful for our people, because if we can get those radios to the grassroots and get people that can transcribe it in the various tongues or languages that we have in Nigeria, right? It will be phenomenal. It will change the trajectory of things. While we're also, for those of us that are saying, okay, election, whatever, we don't have a choice now, that's what everybody's looking up to. Then we're working towards that. We're educating the grassroots. We're trying to transform. If we win 2-3 people in every community that maybe those people that were bought over were able to win 1-2-3 people, the numbers will add up. The numbers will add up. Hey, Sid, welcome. Increasing your debt without investing in key productive sectors will lead to disastrous measures to avoid drowning. We blame others for our problems. I refuse. It is our problem now, and we need to find a way to deal with it. We cannot keep blaming other people. It is now a we problem, us problem. Now, what we need to do is find solutions to that we problem. Now, our problem, we need to deal with them. Tribalism, now our problem, we need to deal with them. You can be tribe, nothing wrong with being proud of your tribe. Please, by all means, be proud, because that's what makes us unique in Nigeria. We all come from different parts, right? But doing the right thing should be non-negotiable, regardless of what tribe you come from. Punishment for crime should be non-negotiable. Can't be, oh, it's my brother, let's find a way to remove him so that he doesn't suffer like the rest. Meanwhile, other people are suffering. Meanwhile, people are being locked up and forgotten in prison. All those things cannot continue. It has to come to an end. In order for Africa to take its place in the world, every one of us, we have a role to play. We have a role, and we need to stop blaming outside people. We need to be forward looking. Whatever happened. Now, what do we do to take it to the next level? That's what we should be doing. That's what we should be focusing on. What do we do? So that's what I'm about. I'm done talking about the problems of Nigeria. They finish. Now per second, the problem they happen. Per second. How do you keep up with that? So the only thing I can keep up with is generating and thinking and figuring out how are we going to achieve. And to your point, what we've been able to, and this is the beauty about the, obedient movement, that was able to sustain itself from then till now, how we're going to continue to encourage it to sustain, because that's like a voting block right there. If we can keep sustaining that and adding more people to it, while the number is increasing in the people that believe in values that make sense, that will be able to transform Nigeria and transform Africa as a whole, that's the winning game. And to your point, we can't give up. We can't say, oh, You know, work now, everybody just enter inside house. No, right? If people felt like that during the 2022-2023 election, we don't have that excuse anymore. We've been able to move away from that and recognize that this journey is a marathon. It's not a sprint. It's not 100 meters race. Nigeria never reached that stage at all. Now so we go there. Be like ants. Ants go gather like as they're small reach. If ants take over house, building, e go dey chip at the wood, dey cheap. One day the thing go just collapse, bragada. Ants, as small as they are. That's how we need to be, right? All these things that we're doing, coming here, talking, sharing ideas, putting the word out there. Hopefully, those people are listening and learning and also doing their own thing behind the scenes. As we continue to do that, we will become a powerful force. Nobody will be able to point to say, oh, this person is. No, it's your ideal. It will now become an idea, a way of life for everyone that's part of this movement. We say, no, we don't believe in that. No, unacceptable. We don't care. This is unacceptable. This is what we want. This is what we want to achieve. That's what it becomes. Now, that doesn't mean we're not going to have disagreements amongst ourselves, right? But it will not be disagreement to the total destruction of ourselves and our communities or our country. It will be disagreement as to how to get to where we need to get to. And I see it happening. It's just a matter of time. I don't have to like you to get a working country. After all, we all work in offices. We don't like some of us, we don't like our colleagues, but we get the job done. That's what we need to get to. It's a process. We have to keep at it. Don't give up. Getting tired, yes, that's human. Getting exhausted, overwhelmed, I've felt all that. But we have to stay on it, stay on the issues, stay on the concerns. Talk about the solutions. Don't dwell on the issues, because dwelling on the issues is not going to provide the solution. We see the issues, we see the problem. We need to be focused on how do we get a working system? How do we get there? Because once we get there, game over. Game over. Then when we get there, we now find ways to hold on to it forever. By the grace of God, knock on wood, and teach the children, those that are coming after, those that are present, the importance, and bring back history. People will need to cry and have kata all over their faces for everything that's happened in Nigeria. Everybody, it has to be mandatory for everyone that you must learn the history of every part of Nigeria, no matter how painful it is. Because when you do that, then people will not repeat the dumb mistakes over and over again, which we are seeing. Because all we've been living through since the 60s, when they claimed there was independence, is making the same mistakes over. And you dumb leaders that are supposed to lay the right foundations didn't do that because it benefited them. So you had crooks running the show, and then they want you to worship those people, to remember them as heroes. Meanwhile, the heroes are the ones that had nothing to their name. Most times they were relegated to the background. Those were the real heroes, not the ones they mentioned to you. No, the real heroes were pushed to the ground. So this is what we should be doing. Concerning the issue of Congo DR, you need to look at this video on YouTube, The Real Reason Rwanda is Invading DR by Jude Bella. Oh my God, Jude Bella is a fantastic journalist. I forgot about Jude Bella. Let me bring that video because it's very important to the conversation. I forgot about Jude Bella. That's true. Thank you. It was done 2 days ago, right? It's a 30-minute video. Oh, I'll definitely want us to see this. This is a good one. I'm going to bring it here. Simio, I said 2 hours. Here I am. God damn. Here I am. Here is. Jude Bella is another great journalist. I forget about that guy. Nigeria is blessed too. we must get it right. Nigeria is blessed in phenomenal ways that can't even be explained.
Let's talk about the DRC.
Volatile situation in the Democratic Republic of Congo.
The Democratic Republic of Congo is currently witnessing a brutal conflict, with recent reports placing the death toll at over 700 in its largest eastern city of Goma. This conflict in eastern DRC dates back to the 1990s. However, the present escalation is primarily due to the resurgence of a rebel group called M23, a group I will tell you about shortly. But first, let me show you what exactly is happening right now. The current escalation intensified in January 2025, resulting in the capture of Goma, the capital of North Kivu province, the March 23 movement on January 27, 2025. The M23 rebel group is primarily composed of ethnic Tutsis and has been active in the eastern DRC for over a decade. Their resurgence in recent years is attributed to claims that the Congolese government failed to honor a 2009 peace agreement, which included integrating M23 fighters into the national army and addressing the protection of Tutsi communities against Hutu militias. Failure to meet their demands led to this renewed offensive, which started in late 2024. Since then, the group has seized significant territories in North and South Kivu provinces. By January 23, 2025, they had cut off road connections to Goma and reached the city's outskirts by January 25. Despite resistance from the Congolese military, United Nations peacekeepers, and other regional forces, M23 breached defenses and entered Goma on January 27th, leaving many dead in their wake. But amidst all of this, the DRC government has accused a third party, Rwanda, of supporting M23 fighters, a claim supported by the United Nations. This is resulting in growing tensions between the two countries, threatening the peace and stability of this region of Africa. But why is this happening? Who are the other factions involved in this conflict? And is this the start of a regional war on the continent of Africa? In recent weeks, a lot of people have reached out to me to learn how to express or communicate their ideas in the form of full-length videos like I do. You know, the kind you've always wanted to create, the kind you'd be excited to share within today. Thank you, InVideo, for sponsoring this video. Now, let's jump right back into our story. To understand the conflict in the Democratic Republic of Congo, particularly in this eastern region, we need to talk about its deep historical roots with ties to colonial history, ethnic tension, resource exploitation, and international intervention. Now, don't worry, I promise not to bore you with so many details. In the late 19th century, King Leopold II of Belgium, a man who had never set his foot in Africa, looked upon a map and saw an opportunity. Not a land of people, of cultures, or of ancient kingdoms, but a land of rubber, ivory, and boundless wealth. The Congo Free State, as he called it, became his personal property. A brutal empire where Congolese men and women and children had their hands cut off if they did not meet their daily rubber quotas. Leopold did not just steal resources, he stole futures. But the legacy of this brutality did not end when Belgium officially took over the colony in 1908. The Congolese were never meant to rule themselves, not in the eyes of their colonizers. Education was limited, power was centralized in the hands of a select few, and deep ethnic divisions were encouraged to ensure that unity would never come. This was called the divide and rule tactic. To the east of this tortured colony lay the kingdoms of Rwanda and Burundi. Small but powerful kingdoms ruled by the Tutsi aristocracy for centuries. When the Europeans arrived here, first the Germans, then the Belgians, they found a society already divided into two primary groups. The Tutsi, who were the elite headers who ruled this kingdom, and then we had the Hutu, who were farmers who worked the lands. But the Europeans saw something else. The Tutsis were tall, slender, with sharp features, more noble in appearance. This was enough for the Belgians to declare that the Tutsi were superior and natural-born rulers. The Belgians pursued a racist policy in Rwanda, stirring up hatred between Hutu and Tutsi in order to maintain their rule. And so, with the stroke of a pen and the issuance of identity cards, the Belgians turned an already complex social structure into a rigid racial caste system. For decades, the Belgians ruled through the Tutsi, giving them access to education.
This is what Ivy League universities you can get into with a 3.6 GPA.
90% of students with a 4.0 plus GPAs get rejected from universities like Harvard.
Education, wealth, and power, while the Hutu were pushed deeper into poverty and resentment. But then came independence, and suddenly the Belgians, fearing the revolution they had set in motion, flipped the script. They began empowering the Hutu majority, encouraging them to overthrow their former Tutsi rulers. What followed was a bloodbath. In 1959, Rwanda erupted in the Hutu Revolution, a mass uprising that saw thousands of Tutsi killed, their homes burned, their power dismantled. Many fled east into the vast forests of the Congo, others into Uganda, where they sought refuge among the Congolese Tutsi communities that had lived there for centuries. As Rwanda struggled with this conflict, the neighboring Congo was getting set for its freedom from the Belgian Empire.
June 30th, 1960, independence comes to the Belgian Congo.
But just when this empire collapsed in the 1960s, the DRC fell into chaos. Shortly after the much anticipated independence, Patrice Lumumba, the DRC's first elected leader, was assassinated in a Western-backed coup. Mobutu Sese Seko, the man propped up by the CIA, seized control. He would later rename the country as Zaire, ruling his people with an iron fist for over 3 decades. Meanwhile, back in Rwanda, the Hutu made efforts to consolidate their power. But the exiled Tutsi never forgot what was taken from them. Many joined the Rwandan Patriotic Front, a rebel group formed by the Tutsis that fled to Uganda. They were led by this guy, Paul Kagame, a man who would later shape the entire Great Lakes region. In 1990, the Rwandan Patriotic Front, known as RPF, invaded northern Rwanda. This began the Rwandan Civil War. Although neither side gained a decisive advantage in the war, by 1992, mass demonstrations forced Rwanda's president, Juvenal Habyarimana, an ethnic Hutu, into a coalition with the domestic opposition and to sign the 1993 Arusha Accords with the RPF. But this ceasefire didn't last. On the evening of April 6, 1994, the aircraft carrying Rwandan President Juvenal Habyarimana and Burundian President Cyprien Ntaryamira, both ethnic Hutu, was shot down with surface-to-air missile as their jet prepared to land in Kigali, Rwanda. Both men died in this attack, and from here, all hell broke loose. The Rwandan genocide began. And in just 100 days, nearly 1 million Tutsi were slaughtered by their Hutu neighbors. Kagame's RPF managed to break through enemy lines and stormed into Rwanda, overthrowing the Hutu government and taking power. But not before millions of Hutu refugees, including those responsible for this genocide, fled into this eastern region of the Democratic Republic of Congo, still known as Zaire at the time. And there, among the forests and mountains, the seeds of today's conflict were sown. The Rwandan genocide did not end with Kagame's victory. It spilled over to Zaire, where Hutu militias known as the Interahamwe hid among civilian refugee camps. This guy, Mobutu Sese Seko, who had been ruling Zaire with an iron fist, welcomed these extremists as personal guests and allowed them to establish military and political bases in the eastern territories. From here, they attacked and killed ethnic Tutsis across the border in Rwanda and in Zaire itself. The new Rwandan government began sending military aid to the Zairean Tutsis in response. The resulting conflict began to destabilize eastern Zaire as a whole. Things then got to a boiling point when Mobutu's government issued an order in November 1996, forcing Tutsis to leave Zaire on penalty of death. From eastern Zaire, The rebels, aided by foreign government forces under the leadership of President Yoweri Museveni of Uganda and Rwandan Minister of Defense Paul Kagame, launched an offensive to overthrow Mobutu. Just when Hutu militias and genocide perpetrators thought they had found a place to regroup, another crisis much worse than what they had started back at home began. Deep in the heart of Kigali, Rwanda's capital, Kagame sat in his war room, his sharp eyes scanning the map before him. For 2 years, his intelligence operatives had been tracking Hutu extremists hiding in the forest of eastern Zaire. These were not just refugees. They were killers, the remnants of the Interahamwe, the Hutu militias that had butchered nearly 1 million Tutsis in 100 days during the Rwandan genocide of 1994. They had fled across the border, melting into UN-protected refugee camps, using them as human shields. But Kagame seemed to know their game. He turned to his closest ally, James Kabarebe, a Rwandan military officer who had been handpicked to lead the invasion into Zaire. The first shots rang out in October 1996. Kagame's forces, elite, disciplined, and fueled by vengeance, slipped across the border into eastern Zaire under the cover of darkness. The world had no idea what was coming. Officially, the attack was led by a new rebel group, the Alliance of Democratic Forces for the Liberation of Congo, AFDL, fronted by a shadowy Congolese figure known as Laurent Desire Kabila. But this was all a facade. The AFDL was Kagame's creation, sort of a Trojan horse meant to give the invasion the illusion of an internal Congolese rebellion. In reality, this was Rwanda's war. James Kabarebe led a heavy assault on the refugees' camps, shattering them within weeks. But Kagame's true objective wasn't just eliminating this extremist group. Remember this man, Mobutu Sese Seko, who welcomed these guys that killed his kinsmen? Yeah, he was the main target. For decades, Mobutu had ruled Zaire like a personal kingdom. He lived in golden palaces, flew in Concorde jets, and bled his nation dry, siphoning billions while his people starved. The West had once propped him up as a bulwark against communism, but now, with the Cold War over, he was nothing more than an aging relic of a forgotten era. Kagame knew that if Mobutu fell, Zaire would be his to shape. The march began in the east. Kagame's forces, now openly allied with Uganda's Yoweri Museveni and Angola's government, pushed westward, crushing Mobutu's ragged army in battle after battle. The Zairean military, bloated with corruption and unpaid for months, collapsed almost instantly. As Kagame's forces advanced, they left no room for resistance. Cities fell without warning. Bukavu, Goma, Kisangani, all gone within weeks. By March of 1997, Mobutu's regime was crumbling, his allies fleeing, his once loyal generals defecting. By the time Kagame's war machine reached the outskirts of Kinshasa, there was no sign of Mobutu.
You can't breathe. Chaos is spreading. Water's off. Where will you get water? Thin air? Yes, you heard that?
Mobutu, the corrupt leader who was receiving treatment for cancer, had fled, exiled to Morocco, where he would die a few months later. On May 17, 1997, Laurent Desire Kabila walked into Kinshasa as the new ruler of the country. Zaire was dead. The Democratic Republic of the Congo was born. This war was supposed to be over. Kagame's forces had marched from the hills of Rwanda to the heart of Kinshasa in less than a year. Mobutu was dead. The old world was gone. A new Africa was being built. This was the thought of many. In reality, though, Kagame still had unfinished business. He had won, but the Hutu extremists were not gone. Not all anyway. They had merely scattered, and Rwanda's hunt for them would never truly end. But Kabila, the man Kagame had installed as leader, was now under pressure from his people to get rid of the foreign powers interfering with internal affairs of the DRC. Soon enough, What had begun as Kagame's calculated war of revenge spiraled into something far greater and far darker. Laurent Desire Kabila was a man who had spent his life fighting in the shadows. He had watched Mobutu rule for 3 decades and had dreamed of the day he would take power. But now that he was president, he didn't feel like it. They called him a puppet, a man installed by Paul Kagame and Uganda's Yoweri Museveni. And then in 1998, just 1 year after taking power, Kabila made his move. He expelled all Rwandan and Ugandan military advisors from his government, publicly humiliating Kagame. He turned to Angola, Zimbabwe, and Namibia, forging a new alliance, one that had nothing to do with his old masters. This was practically declaring war on his former allies. And with this move, the Second Congo War began. August 1998, the invasion came like a storm. Rwanda and Uganda unleashed a 2-pronged assault, a war machine that had already conquered the Congo once before. Kigali's forces surged westward, seizing Goma and Bukavu in a matter of days. Ugandan forces swept in from the north, cutting off supply routes. A new rebel army called the Rally for Congolese Democracy, RCD, was created overnight, a carbon copy of the AFDL that had toppled Mobutu. Kagame thought it would be easy, but the Congo had changed. Kabila was no Mobutu. Unlike the weak, corrupt dictator who had once ruled Zaire, Kabila was a warrior. He had bled for this land, and he had something Mobutu never had: allies who were willing to die for him. In a matter of months, the Second Congo War had turned to the largest conflict Africa had ever seen. On one side stood Rwanda, Uganda, and Burundi, backing their new rebel army, the RCD, and trying to install a more obedient leader in Kinshasa. On the other side, Kabila rallied an African coalition unlike anything the continent had ever seen. Angola was eager to prevent Rwanda and Uganda from taking control of Central Africa. Zimbabwe, where Robert Mugabe sent thousands of troops to protect his economic interests in Congo mines. Namibia joining the fight to preserve its regional alliances, Sudan fueling the chaos in retaliation for Uganda's past support of Sudanese rebels, Chad, Libya, and even North Korea, each pouring in weapons, money, and mercenaries to keep Kabila in power. The war became a battlefield stretching across thousands of miles from the rolling savannas of Katanga to the dense, suffocating jungles of Ituri. Kagame had expected another swift victory. Instead, he had walked into the African World War. Kabila knew that the only way to survive was to hold out longer than Kagame expected. But Kabila's enemies were not just on the battlefield. On January 16, 2001, inside his presidential palace, Laurent Desire Kabila was gunned down by one of his own guards. Kabila's son, Joseph Kabila, was hastily sworn in as president in place of his father. In a matter of months, he brokered a peace deal in 2002. Foreign troops withdrew. The war was declared over. But declaring a war over and actually ending it are two different things. As hostilities reduced between Rwanda and the DRC,
Hey, did you know that SMUD is now paying Sacramento homeowners thousands of dollars upfront to put a backup battery?
morphed into more of proxy warfare using armed rebel groups. When the war ended, the world tried to force a new order on the Democratic Republic of the Congo. The peace deal said that all rebel groups had to lay down their arms and be integrated into the DRC's national army. For some, this was an escape, a way to finally stop fighting. For others, though, it seemed like a death sentence. Among those who resisted were the Congolese Tutsi, men who had fought alongside Rwanda during the war, men who had seen what happened to their kind when they were left defenseless. They were led by a silent warrior, a man who had survived war and exile, Laurent Nkunda. Nkunda refused to accept a peace that left his people vulnerable. According to him, Hutu militias, the same groups that had committed the 1994 genocide, were still lurking in the jungles, still organizing and plotting. the Congolese government, he claimed, was harboring their enemies. And so, in 2004, Nkunda and his men broke away from the army and formed a new rebellion group, the CNDP, known as National Congress for the Defense of the People. They were not done fighting. Now, to understand the M23 movement, you must first understand what it meant to the Tutsi in the Congo. For centuries, Tutsi communities had lived in eastern Congo, long before colonial borders were even drawn. But after the Rwandan genocide of 1994, hundreds of thousands of Rwandan Hutu fled into the Congo, many of them guilty of slaughtering Tutsis back home. This jungle soon became a graveyard of revenge. Rwandan-backed forces had hunted the Hutu extremists across the forest in the First and Second Congo Wars, but they were never fully eradicated. By the time 2003 came, those same genocidal groups, the FDLR, that is the Democratic Forces for the Liberation of Rwanda, were still attacking Congolese Tutsi villages. And the Congolese government reportedly did nothing about this. This was why Nkunda and his men fought back. With Rwanda's silent backing, Nkunda's CNDP waged a brutal campaign in eastern Congo, clashing with the National Army, seizing territory, and defending Tutsi communities. By 2008, Nkunda's forces captured Goma, the capital of North Kivu, humiliating the Congolese government as a result. But then the game changed. Rwanda was now careful about its image, and it decided Nkunda had become more of a liability. Rwanda would arrest Nkunda, and in return, Congo would help fight the remaining Hutu rebels. In 2009, Nkunda was betrayed, arrested by Rwandan forces, and placed under house arrest. The CNDP was absorbed into the Congolese army, and its fighters were promised high-ranking positions and protection. The war was supposed to be over at this point. But as we have come to see, wars in the Congo never end, not when other special interests are involved. The CNDP fighters did as they were told. They laid down their arms, they joined the National Army, and they waited. But the Congolese government, it lied. The government allegedly failed to fulfill its promises. And worst of all, it failed to deal with the FDLR, the Hutu genocidal militia still hiding in the jungles, still attacking Tutsi civilians. In April of 2012, a group of ex-CNDP soldiers mutinied, led by a man named Bosco Ntaganda, a ruthless commander nicknamed the Terminator. They declared the new rebellion the March 23rd movement, known as M23. It was named after the March 23, 2009 peace deal that the Congolese government had failed to honor. The rebels moved with deadly precision, and within months they had captured Goma, just like Nkunda had done years before. The Congolese army collapsed, just as it always had. But this time, the world was watching. Rwanda was accused of backing M23, fueling the rebellion just as it had done in the past. The UN threatened sanctions. The pressure continued to mount, but this group refused to give in. By 2013, Kagame pulled his support, and M23 was forced to retreat into Uganda and Rwanda. For nearly a decade, M23 waited in the shadows, watching and hoping that the DRC government would uphold its side of the bargain. Then in 2021, the same old wounds were reopened. By 2022, M23
Have you heard about Ryoko Pro? This is the cutting-edge portable Wi-Fi hotspot that people wish they found out about sooner.
He had reemerged, stronger, deadlier, and better organized. This was no longer just a rebellion. It seems more than just a war for survival even. All evidence now points to resource extraction and control. And this brings us to the recent violence we're witnessing in eastern DRC. But what does Rwanda want? Why does it continue to involve itself in this unending violence ravaging the DRC? Rwanda's involvement in the Democratic Republic of the Congo conflict is driven by a mix of security concerns, economic interests, and geopolitical ambitions. Since the 1994 Rwandan genocide, remnants of these Hutu extremist groups continue to be active in eastern DRC. Rwanda considers it a direct threat to its national security, The Rwandan government has since justified its military interventions in Eastern Congo as efforts to eliminate this FDLR before they can launch attacks into Rwanda. However, some have argued that Rwanda is exaggerating the FDLR threat to justify its prolonged intervention. Question though is why? The short answer to that is economic interest. Eastern DRC, you see, is one of the richest mining regions in the world, containing gold, coltan, tin, diamonds, and cobalt, which is essential for high-tech industries. Reports including UN investigations accuse Rwanda of looting minerals from Congo by backing rebel groups like M23. You see, Rwanda has no significant mineral reserves, yet it continues to export large amounts of coltan and gold, which many believe comes from illegal mining in the DRC. By controlling parts of North and South Kivu, Rwanda benefits from smuggling and exporting minerals through Kigali. Another reason why Rwanda may want to maintain its presence in the DRC is regional influence and military dominance. Under President Paul Kagame, Rwanda has positioned itself as a regional military power in Central Africa. Rwanda wants to establish itself as a key player in African security affairs, influencing not just the DRC, but the broader Great Lakes region. And despite public condemnation by the West, these powerful governments continue to fraternize with Kagame when it benefits them. And then another reason for Kagame's presence in the DRC is the Tutsi-Hutu dynamics. Rwanda, under Kagame, who is a Tutsi leader, seeks to protect Tutsi communities in Eastern Congo. M23, the main rebel group Rwanda backs right now, is composed of Tutsi fighters, and Kagame sees them as an extension of his regional influence. By supporting M23, Rwanda ensures that Tutsi interests in Eastern Congo are protected against Hutu and Congolese militias hostile towards Rwanda. So, is Rwanda's strategy working? Well, short term, yes. Rwanda has maintained indirect control over parts of the DRC through rebel groups like M23 and profited from mineral smuggling. Long term, though, it's kind of tricky. International pressure is growing against Rwanda's involvement. South Africa and Angola are sending troops to challenge Rwanda's influence. The DRC is strengthening its military ties with the US and European allies. All this pose a problem for Kigali. But what's up with South Africa? How do they fit into all of this? The escalating conflict in the Democratic Republic of Congo is triggering serious tensions between South Africa and Rwanda, with the possibility of a direct confrontation between the two countries. In January, at least 13 South African soldiers were killed in an attack by M23 rebels, who are allegedly backed by Rwanda. This incident outraged South African leaders, as it was one of the deadliest attacks on their forces in years. In response to the attack,
Find the lowest priced health plans at healthforcalifornia.com.
that Rwanda was responsible for arming M23 and indirectly for the death of South African troops. South Africa has warned that any further attacks on its forces will be considered a declaration of war. This marks one of the strongest public condemnation of Rwanda's role in the conflict by another African nation. Rwandan President Kagame dismissed South Africa's accusation, suggesting that South Africa lacks credibility in peacekeeping efforts. Kagame has also implied that South Africa is being manipulated by the DRC government, which is using foreign troops to fight a war it cannot win on its own. This rhetoric has increased tensions between the two countries, with diplomatic relations becoming strained in the process. But what is the implication of all of this? Is Africa going to war? If the AU fails to prevent an all-out regional conflict, it could weaken its credibility as a peacekeeping institution. Failing to handle this conflict through diplomacy might lead to increased militarization in Africa. And if South Africa escalates its involvement in Eastern DRC, other African countries might follow suit. Angola has already deployed troops to Eastern Congo, and other SADC nations like Zimbabwe, Namibia, Tanzania could choose to join. This could lead to a military buildup across Africa, with more nations prioritizing armed intervention over diplomacy. This is still a developing story, and we hope it doesn't get into a full-scale regional conflict. For now, though, the people of Goma are the victims of this situation, and I can't possibly imagine what they might be going through at this time. We'll continue to urge our leaders to make the right decision and end this violence before it gets out of hand. Thanks for watching. Let me know your thoughts in the comment section below.
I'm sorry, guys. Thank you so much. I was just saying, wow, that history was great work, Jude Bella. Oh my God. Can you guys hear me now? Am I still on mute? I have unmuted myself. Oh. Can you guys hear me? This is wild. Can you hear me? Can you guys hear me now? Sorry, oh. Okay, all right. I'm sorry. Yeah, I was saying that was great breakdown by Jude Bella. Honestly, kudos to him. He did a phenomenal job breaking that down for us. Man, I mentioned that we're going to be doing history every now and again here. I have to set a day apart for us to talk about African history. We'll take it one after the other all over Africa. We got to be talking about these things because it's sad. I'm listening to this, and Michael, thank you so much, Michael. My goodness, you're very, man. I have very great. You guys are wonderful. Oh my God, the knowledge, waiting I don't learn from Una. Oh my God, you guys are the smartest ever, bar none. I'm telling you, I've learned so much. I didn't know that Jaja Vokobo was fighting with the British against Ashanti Kingdom. Thank you very much, Michael. I didn't know that. I didn't know that history. Can you imagine? I don't know that history. We are literally repeating the same mistakes. That's what is happening. Gbomo, you mentioned Gbomo, Michael. I remember growing up and hearing Gbomo. It's a fallout of slave trade. Where they've been selling people. I remember then people used to say, yeah, take care of, this to make sure that the kids were safe, because these people come around to entice children with little candy, or those when they give sugar for us. Growing up, we didn't have, my parents zero sugar, no sugar. Only sugar cane from fruits. That's all we had. Sugar cane, what else? Mangoes. That's the only time you eat sugar. So I did taste my first chocolate, guys, believe it or not. I didn't taste my first chocolate until I was 24. My reaction to chocolate was horrible. I think I took it was a cousin of mine that offered it to me, and I said, okay, let me just try it. And I tried a little bit. I must have drank gallons of water because it was too sweet for me. I couldn't handle it. I remember now, I say, now, wow. Honestly, for a long time I couldn't eat sugar. They let me do. But anyway, I digress. We're literally repeating the same circle. Now, what did they happen with that? Slave trade don't finish. The selling of people never still stop. The harvesting of people's organs never still stop. Waiting happened during slave. See waiting I don't know if you guys saw the picture or video of a girl from Ethiopia or so that was tied up and all of that. That's been sold in Libya. I don't know if you guys saw that picture. It's sad. And we have We must do something. There's no excuse. Oh. We cannot afford to continue to say, oh, Africa, oh, we are the ones complaining. No action plan, no brainstorming, no nothing. All we do is just, excuse me, complain. And we can't afford it anymore. We really can't. This is why the issues never stop. People have gotten greedy. Everybody's greedy. Nobody cares about the other person. Borders have been created. I cannot just throw now and say I'm going to an African country, just throw. No, I have to get visa. That's not normal. We need to really take ourselves seriously. We really need to, in my language, say, meaning if member of your family no expose you, nobody go know how far with you. We need to talk to ourselves. We need to learn this history together. I think I'm going to set a day apart. We'll just come, we'll just take one country and just talk about the history. Not be, if it not be, of course, that history will not only be for one day. It will be like a series. If you don't like one time in a a day in a week, and then we'll follow up part 2 the next week. That's what we're gonna do. That is what we're gonna do. You know why I really, really love my Jamaican brothers and sisters. There's a restaurant then in LA that I used to go to. If I want for Jamaican food, sometimes when I wanted their parties, that like meat pie, I'll go there and their ginger drink, that very strong ginger that I used to sell. Anyway, when I go there, every time you go to their restaurant, they are playing the history of how they came to the islands. Everything from Africa, the thing is on like 24/7. That's so the video they play back to back. Every time I went to that restaurant to pick up food, it was always played. I used to wonder, I had no understanding. I was like, why these people, they don't even play music. Sometimes you go hear Bob Marley, they play Bob Marley, but now mostly the history that they play. We need them. What is going on in Africa now is a repetition. Repeats. Now they happen. The same habits when our forebears get, now they see they play out. So greed for mirror and shine, blink. All the money when they go thief and go give their masters. Even in when they even buy commodities, they know they see that money collect. All the money when they thief for Nigeria, where they Switzerland. If you go Switzerland, it be like fairy tale. It be like something out of a movie. Everywhere is crispy clean. Every cities we dey here, all our loot. Why be saying Switzerland they carry and go? We need to find out why. We need to go back to basics, man. As we are coming up with strategies on how to get Nigeria together and all of that, we need to be doing all. We need to be doing all at once, all at the same time. Since they don't want teacher for schools, let's be teaching ourselves. This is real, because you have people coming from behind. They have no idea, no clue. They don't even know who they are. That's why it is easy for them to adopt. I've always said this artist, what's her name? Yemi Alade. I've always appreciated that girl's music. I've always loved her person. There's something about her that's really authentic that I like. Every time I see Yemi Alade, she's always carrying herself, showing off her heritage. Oh my God, that girl blows me. I really, really appreciate her art. I know they take Yemi Alade matter play. I love her music. If Yemi Alade says she's coming to any part of where I live close, but I will go. I don't go to all these musical whatever artists go for their concerts. If Yemi Alade come, I go pay front row seat, go see Yemi Alade. I go put my money. I'm telling you, that girl, she dey make my spirit happy. So back to what we're saying, we need to teach our history. We need to teach ourselves the history because it is repeating itself over and over. It's like we're in a circle. It don't declare. We're in a circle. Meanwhile, our National Assembly is trying to add 31. I heard that. Please, what is addition of 31 states going to do for us? Please, is there any positive to this addition? I don't understand it. Why are they trying to? Is that not another waste of resources again to be adding 31 states? What is the justification for creation of more states? Please, if somebody who knows should let me know. Because me, I don't understand it. I've been trying to figure it out. The same way Jaja Vokobo helped the British find that that's what Tinubu is. Thank you. Oh my God, Michael, you are able to connect it. Hell, Siam. I salute you. No buko. Walai, Nigeria, the human resources not be here. See knowledge, all free like that. The same way Jaja Vopopo helped the British fight the Ashantis, that's how Tinubu was going to help France fight. Hell, see connection. You connect the dots. God, it don't catch fire. I just see the sparkle in the air. Wow, you're so right, Michael. Michael, you know Buko. Michael, I salute you. You, all of una for this channel, I doff my hairband for now. Sorry. And my hoodie, I doff am. Same methodology used by the resourceless Europeans to get us to fight each other. Una not see wetin dey happen for South Africa when the Elon Musk they talk say there's white genocide going on for land where not be una own, where not be their own. Kai! My goodness. It's a shame, oh. Exactly. Yeah, I say they go France. They say they go get private meeting. I think I read. Did I read that right? Yeah. So I'm curious. What is the meeting? What are they going to discuss? What are they going to discuss? See, Nigerians, we got to get our act together. If Nigerians can get it right, Africa will be all right. The reason why there's such a delay now because Nigerians never ready. We are waking them up. We are waking them up. We have to continue the work. We must wake up. We must lose the fear of buying. We must. You know why? Because nobody is getting out of here alive anyway. Not be what do they call them? Not be airplanes they drop from sky. They land for people bedroom. Right? They did their own airplane just drop ragam from sky. That's it. Not be some cars go just veer, come off a road, drive, enter person house. That's the end. Or more, we cannot afraid of the inevitable. Because nobody's leaving this place alive. We cannot continue like this. Because the children that you are bringing up, look at the mess they are coming into. And we know they fear, we know they panic when they think. Say the children when they come after, this is the mess they are going to inherit. Not only give you a sense of restlessness, because I don't know. I feel that way. I don't know about you guys. Imagine growing up in a cocoa belt and not eating. I'm telling you, it was more of like training. My mom didn't like us. She didn't want us to eat sugar. She didn't like it at all for us as kids. It's not so. It wasn't like there was no access because we had cocoa trees in my place. There's a community in where I come from that actually grew, that have cocoa plantations. Actually, I have my great grandfather on my father's side was a cocoa farmer. Apparently, the man was very wealthy, had many children. My great grandfather, yeah. So we had cocoa, but for my mom, she just didn't want us to eat sugar. She didn't like, so we kind of grew up with that.
You understand? So because my grandmother on my mother's side was a matron. She was a matron, yeah. So she always said that illness, whatever illness always starts from the stomach. So what you ate mattered. So every weekend, when she will come our house, goddamn, she go make some concoction like that with leaves. She'll force us to drink them. Hey! And then she go do the enema, they call them enema. When they go carry leaf together, squeeze and go from whatever. You understand what I'm saying? She used to do it for us. We go line up, so we'll line up for bathroom with the weights. Everything when they say your body will come out. Waiting not belong will fall out. So that's why. So it wasn't access issue. It was more of that's why Omoye switched to mango and started. Guy, you still remember? I used to climb they climb mango trees back then. No, forget. They climb mango trees, man. Now we they go pluck mango for neighbors' houses. When the thing ripe, we all climb. I go climb. I go they pluck the ripe ones. They come down bags of mango. We go harvest. We go chop. When we chop that mango, finish our belly will come. They pain us too much mango. Then I agree. We need to seriously focus on building. We really do. No joke. Walai talai. We must. This one no be, oh, well, no concern me. Or more, it concern you. No matter where you are in this world, it concerns you. I'm telling you, that blood, the inside, you must concern you. You must be concerned. There's no excuse. Because in the landscape of things now, right, in the world as it is, black man did the bottom totem pole. As black people, we cannot continue like it's not normal. You know why the thing don't continue like this? The circle don't repeat itself because people they afraid to unalive. Greed can't take over. I'm telling you, until you lose yourself, you won't find it. Read all the books, go to all the seminars. Until you learn to lose yourself, you will not find it. How do you even find it if you don't lose something, you don't know the importance of it, right? If you don't lose yourself, you won't know how to find yourself. That is the problem we have. People are afraid of the inevitable. You feel come up for your house now for Nigeria. Made the person. I saw a post. Somebody posted a girl that they've been looking for. The girl disappeared. Which day? Here. She was going somewhere on her fellowship. She said she go or whatever they say she go. They don't see her till today. They are still looking for her. Anything can happen to anybody. Waiting on this life when we go just they do. If you not talk, you buy. You talk, you buy. So it's like a choice. Which you want? You want to live on the side of least, like, safe all the time. Now life not be like that. Can't always be. There will be corner, bendy, hill, shallow. Sometimes like gallop. I don't know. What do I know? I'm just saying my own. No, I know. So I not to know like that. And at the moment I know I they share. But I just feel say we not get excuse. No excuse. We must work together. We must work together to fix our communities and then eventually Africa. Africa should be your mission. Why are you an African? Why? Why? Do you know the importance of being an African? Do you know what it means? Do you know why you were born an African? Do you know why you're born at this time, in this very occasion? Do you know why? These are things that people need to ask themselves, because you cannot be anything else but. You can't be anything else but. There's no other place that's home. Go to Kilimanjaro, come back. You're still blackity black. You're still an African. You will still not be accepted. Anyway, moving along. T-Pain is plotting again with against Sahel. They're not going to succeed. They will plot, oh. They will come together. They will not succeed. We are watching that Sahel like hawk. Our eye did their body. like hawk. And I beg, make una find way. Mona, everybody go to visit that place. They need our help. All the intelligence when we get for here now, we fit carry and go there, go help them grow their economy too. Everybody needs to find a way to go and visit that our light a lie, because they are our brothers and our sisters. So when we not leave them alone, we are watching them. Oh, nothing must happen to those people. Every day now they send protection towards that all those people their way. And they send them every time, because can you imagine if we get them right, every other place start to get them right, you know what thing go be. Hey, that day is near. Oh, we just have to be ready now, because we never ready. Now maybe they play us kalo. They go toss us to this side, use those of us against us, use this one, use that one. Now everybody eye don't open. We are now aware, say that now we that they use to do ourselves. Now we are now aware, say they get people when they did for their payroll when they use. Now we know how to look out for them. Now maybe say we need to go inwards. The solution they inside. When they born you, you carry solution come. It in your hand when you come. So that solution, go find out which part, which role you need to play for this big picture. What is your role? Every African need to ask themselves that question. Enough of cry every day, complain. Enough. Ask yourself, why are you an African? Why was I born? Why? What is my role in this big picture? Where do I fit in? Find it and stick to it. No excuses. We have to desperately change the narrative. We have to. I can't even overemphasize it enough. We have to. We must, because even our Creator will be angry with us. He's giving us everything we need. Physically, now we're strong, we get power. Physically, the same day. And not only that, we get ancient wisdom within us. We know they tap into them. By the time we chop chocolate, finish, you drink Heineken, all this Oyibo things, you go forget who you be. That's not the thing. So everybody need to go within that solution. They there, find and come out for us. Some of us they here now maybe say only two of una just get the bigger solution. Una go this corner. You they fear. I remember when Obama won't run for presidency, they come ask him wife, you know they fear say your husband won't run for this thing of America. He say, why go they fear? If the man go ordinary petrol station, go buy fuel, the figures put metal for him body, he don't go be that. So what's it to fear? Now, do you know that now the same reason make the other guy, the other black guy, the one that from Jamaican background, this be named Colonel, I don't forget his name, now Republican. That not the reason why his wife no green. Wife saying they fear, may they no go on a live demand. So he no green made demand. That man for win presidency, he would have been the first black person to win presidency for America. But in wife, can't say they fear, may they no go on a live demand. That was how opportunity, destiny was missed. Fear is your enemy. Fear. Colin Powell, thank you very much. You do it afraid. If you come out on the other side, you have, you know, not here waiting, you know, not here, Dele Farotimi video interview. He lose the fear of going to jail. After he go jail, he see people when better pass him, they inside jail. Just because they don't know people, they made them there. He no better pass them. And true, if we had not echoed and be shouting on the streets, leave him alone, or leave him alone, bought all his books, therefore by that man, nothing for happen. Nothing for happen. But because you and I put our voices together, say lie, we no go agree. You see that book? We go read them. We go check what it inside. What happen? They release. They did not have a choice because they constantly say, "Omo, if you not release this, might be like say that's a revolution. It go happen overnight." Then they leave them. This is what we need, that unified voice. If we do them enough, I guarantee on all of us for here. To go house not gonna be problem again because we go don't get solution for mind. Everybody go ready. I'm telling you. Fear. Small sickness you get for here, you go hospital. God forbid you jam doctor when not like you. It's over. It's over. Woman go get belle for here, go hospital. You go first they select which hospital you go. How many black people they there when they go fit take care of her? When they go fit identify with in pain. Many you go do research, like say you they go do PhD, you they go do thesis. Make mistake, make the wrong doctor. That's so it's over. So what do they talk about? Assign topic, may we read. Which more suggest topic? And suggest history when we go start with. Then I go schedule them. Maybe on a Saturday, because usually I don't do lives on weekends. I they take them as break. But I feel sacrifice one of my weekends, Saturday or Sunday. More suggest topic for me. I don't make it be say na me. You understand? Only me. You understand? History then. I beg. No more we start time. No, seriously, we got to. Because we need to educate our own self. Me don't know everything. I don't know. See, I just they discover say Jaja Vopobo he join forces with Oyibo people they fight your own brother for Ashanti Kingdom. I don't know. I just they discover. You see, you see, say history they repeat itself. Now it makes some of the things when we they fight or we know they get them because person don't sin against your own people in the future. Some of these things sometimes something not they enter. You think go back history. Why this that? Hey, exactly. Abacha loot na Switzerland they send her. Na Switzerland everywhere. So when they thief our money, now what did that Switzerland? We need to do documentary, tell educators because me no know. We should never have forgotten. Every other race never forgets, but we are conditioned. Yeah, because we are never thought. It's intentional. We are if I tell you, let me tell you. I was very young when I watched the movie The Roots. Because of that, the kind of empathy when I get for African Americans is not something is unmatched. When I come America, I had the kind of empathy when I get towards them because of that movie. That movie generates emotions in me that I could not. As a child, of course, you don't understand those emotions. I cried. Roots. I never forgot that movie till this very moment. History is important. Is it going to be? Yes, you need to hurt. You need to feel it. If not your mistake, so that you not go make that kind of dumbass mistake again. Do you understand? If you were victorious in it, why were you victorious? Maybe it was by chance that you won. Maybe there were things in place that maybe somebody did ojoro for you in the back. Understand why? Because that when you win that time, you feel not win them again the second time. That's why history is important. How you go grow up, you don't know who you be. You don't know how people think they see you for the whole world. Danger not be that now. You become free meat for everybody. I tell you, if people know their history, people not they cross Libya, they enter European countries. You know that? They know where they go. They go say make Akukuma they suffer for you better. I'm telling you. But because the history is not taught, you know how many of our brothers and sisters don't go and alive for Sahel, for desert, for ocean, trying to cross? How many? Can't continue like this. But let's be real. We can't. It's not normal. Has the highest number of millennial. Why they not go get? When they use your money to they flex? All the money when your leaders thief, now they're not going to they want they can do now. They go they give their people. We must learn, no, we have to learn. I like her music, oh. Now you know, Kene, I think you are jealous of her. That's an outburst. Leave her alone. I like her music. I like her music. I know, right? My music channel. Sharing money, yep. Hey, imagine. Now, do one not suppose even near Senate. Okay, what you don't do for in people, CC, become senator? What impact has it made? Apart from marrying 20 wives. I don't know how many. I'm exaggerating. That man just become senator to just be marrying one after the other, one after the other. What impact is he making in the lives of his people? Apart from this one, the recent one that they say wants to create a Neoma state, how has he really impacted his people? We have okay. More money, it's not enough for T-Pain and the 100 Thieves. Well, lie to lie. It's currently, oh yeah. Yes, so, oh yeah. Nigeria should be breaking up into geographical regions and let us self-govern instead of creating more use. I'm telling you. So their old boys can have the opportunity to join them to be. I'm telling you. This is what I'm saying. What is the motive behind creating 31 free? Is that important right now? Is that what is important right now? Yeah, now master, now I won't go see master, I won't go ask a question on what to do. Because Sahel not agree join them. They don't beg them, beggy. They have begged and begged. Come back home, boys. Come back. They say which home? Shut up there. We're not joining again. Eh? Exactly. What has he sold? That's it. To be his BFF, because these people don't, it's not for free. Eh? That's true. Yeah, that's true. But you know what my mom used to tell us? She say if we eat sugar, say it go grow tree for inside our belly. So she scared the daylight out of us. So for a long time, if I eat sugar, I'll be afraid that a tree is going to grow in my stomach. You couldn't eat chewing gum then. Bazooka, remember bazooka? You eat, hey, my mom will catch you, they eat bazooka. I say, okay, wait. When your belly go they pain, when tree go grow stand for inside your belly. Not saying a fear tactic that they use that time. Man, some of the things when we fall for as children, sha, god damn. How tree want to take good for person belly? Hey. Purge, we they always do. Oh my God, they will give you that purging. I don't forget say call that you go drink am. When you drink am, you go rush. Everybody go the rush, go bathroom. I never used to look forward to that. I never used to look forward to. I think it was like every 6 months or so. Was it every 6 months? Yeah, that we used to do that, or even maybe I can't remember, but it was quite often too. I'm telling you, walai, one medicine, purging process, I dreaded it too. Hey, because then when we see our grandma that time, we used to go and run and hide. So this woman has come again now. She will not see how we plenty leave. She will not carry the leave becoming, oh, God, we'll be angry. We'll be gossiping about her inside the room. See, this woman has come again. This woman has come. What would you even send for her? Oh my gosh. No, it's good though. No, I appreciate you, my brother. I dey learn. This now waiting we need. Nobody, none of us know and finish now. I know. But the first thing you bring that information, me not know that part of the history. So I really appreciate that. I don't learn one thing today. You see, every day you learn something new. Who would have thought? Eh? Yeah, we are our biggest problem. You just nail am for them. Now we be the biggest problem. But you know waiting, I can't discover. Even some of these Oyibo people, some of them, they are our side. Some of them want to help us. Now, to discover the ones who want to help us now, sometimes could be the challenge, but some of them really want to help us. You understand? Some of them want to help us. They want to be on our side, to help us fight and bring an end to this mess. Because you know, if you tell me, say during that time of slavery and all these things when they happen, you not get Oyibo people when they talk against them. They when they talk against them. Because sometimes some of them even buy in the process of trying to liberate us. I do not know. Some of them they when they buy. So that means sometimes say all skin folk ain't kin folk, as they say in America. Black Americans always say all skin folk ain't skin folk. I be all skin folk ain't kin folk. I totally identify with that. Because now we they sell ourselves. Okay, if you go Libya, now who they sell each other? I have a friend, I know somebody who said he crossed now, so he take enter Europe, right? In the process of entering, guess who sell them? In person when come from in the same ethnic group like him, nice seller. Please make that make sense. Guess who deliver them? Now person when no come from your ethnic group, now say, your brother go do this kind of person will be your brother when he's supposed to be your brother, now he can't do this kind of thing to you. Now he can't save him. So, one love, welcome, oh, my brother, welcome, please. You have the floor. Me, I don't talk. I go soon shut down. I don't mean to stay here till this time, but this topic, yeah.
Come on, yeah.
Welcome, sir. Greetings, so.
I know. Good evening to everyone in the platform and everyone listening to us around the world. I wanted to even type in your chat so you can send me a link, but I see somebody already asked for it.
Yeah.
How's everything? Good evening, everyone.
Good evening. Welcome, my brother.
I do. I was just listening to you, but I'm not quite sure what the discussion was. But it looks like Nigeria maternal didn't finish for grand.
Yeah, no, the matter really now the strategy when we go employ, what we need to do towards 2027, the work when we need to do on our own.
Yes.
Forget election. We need to, this movement has to continue. We need to be sensitizing our people. We need to be working in the background. We need to be doing something to bring to keep adding to ourselves, adding to the movement. In preparation, if an election comes, right, whichever the candidate we now decide, okay, now this one we want support, the bloc will support that candidate. So that's part of what we're talking about. And Guy Nwanlele gave me a quote to use, and that's what I use for this particular show, because that's the trajectory of the conversation the past couple of days. Instead of talking about the issues, I'm tired of talking about Nigerian issues, because in all the end, now how we want to fix them, the real-time solutions, that's all I care about. Yeah. So of course, from there we enter Rwanda matter, we play the video and all of that. So yeah, and then we talked about history repeating itself, how we did jeopardize each other.
Yes, that's very it's a good conversation, because sometimes it's like you said, it's hard to not to talk about the problems, but I feel like we keep talking about the problems, but now it's about time we look at the solution to things. I don't know. It's hard because I feel like Nigeria problem is the majority of the time. Sometimes I will feel like we are our own issue. Like we are our own problems. Like you were just saying something about somebody crossed to Libya. I'm sorry, went to Europe from Libya, and you begin to realize that right there just got me back to what actually happened in Africa when the West came to get our people to Europe and to America continent for slavery. Sometimes I ask myself, like, they also went to places like China. They also went to places like Singapore. They also went to places like some of these Asian countries. And how come they were not able to like capture them and just withstand them and take them away just like that? And then people will always blame these Oyibo sometimes and just say, oh, they came to our place and did this and did that. But one time I asked myself, like, how did that even happen? Who let them do all of these things to us? But when you trace it back to history, it's our kings and queens who were selling their people, who gave them the authority to do whatever they want to do, or we only just maybe give thousands of guys away because of one or two things that was given to them in Badagry. So these things happen all over Africa. It's just because we always we betray ourselves and our plans every time. You can even see what happened with Peter Obi, even the Labour Party chairman that we all trusted during the election. We saw what he did at last, So how do we solve this problem of mistrust, problem of not being true to ourselves? Somebody can just have a principle and stick by it, We see what happened to Dele Farotimi, even all the way to Ekiti State. But the guy has always remained to what he believed and what he thinks was the truth. And because he understands that was the truth, he's not going to deviate from it. He's not going to bend down to 1 naira because somebody is going to give him a bag of Ghana must go and decide to change the truth. So it's a matter of what is actually going on with us as a people. Is it because we don't have our own policy, our own strategy? We didn't come together to write our own constitution, because what we have right now is not our document. It's a document that was handed over to us by a group of guys, So I don't know, it's as if we haven't even evolved. Are we able to form a government by our own selves? This government is a government of the people that was formed by our own, idea, So it used to be a time when somebody will steal money in the market square. They will bring the person out, they will beat him or her and something like that. And somebody else who is looking at that would not attempt something like that in the future. But again, with times, most of those things were modernized. And you see how, because the idea that was borrowed from the West, we cannot even implement it because we don't understand it. When Peter Obi and Ahmed Dati was giving their press conference after the INEC, criminal INEC select, gave Tinubu the election in 2023, I still remember what Dati said. He said, democracy only belongs to people who can practice it. So if we do not understand what it means to to have a democracy as a form of government, there is no way we are going to be able to practice it. Because first of all, we did not even come up with the idea of democracy. The people that came up with it, they understood what it is, and they've actually practiced it for years. But for us, we've not been able to come together and have our own idea and say, this is how we want to be governed. This is how we want our government to be run. And I just feel like that's probably the major issue, and that's where the big problem is. If we can come together and, just dump whatever it is that we have right now as a constitution and come together as a people and say, this is how we want to be governed. This is how we want our government to run. This is who we want as the president. This is who we want as a governor. This is who we want as a local government chairman or whatever it is, even as we continue to have them. This is how we want the law to be written, and this is how we want this person to be punished if they steal money. Even if the person is the brother to the president or the brother to the governor. But I guess since we haven't been able to come together to form such a government and have such a document, it's going to be difficult for us to follow anything that is handed over to us. I can guarantee you 90% of Nigerian senators don't even know what's in the constitution. They don't even know what it is to break a law, because that's why they keep breaking the laws every time. Even the law that they go out there and actually think maybe they passed, they don't even understand what's in the document that they are trying to sign into law. So it's really difficult when they don't really understand a lot of those things, and most times they just go there, nay, and they share the money and everybody go back home. So it's going to be really difficult when most times the people we have in government, they don't even understand what is going on. So I think from there we can actually start to see how we can solve our problem. That way, everybody comes together and try to understand what the major issue is. And then for what is going on in I think Rwanda, I mean, it's really sad because for many years, most of these African countries, they've always been going through fighting and so many stuff like that. A place like what is it called? Like Somalia, they've never had a representative government for years now. Rwanda is just starting to settle down slowly after Kagame went in there. He's trying to build the country again, and now Uganda. So all of these countries, it's just because of the way we view ourselves. Like, we don't value ourselves as brothers and sisters. We don't take ourselves as one. Although we have all these different languages, but the unity among us is very porous. I just feel like until we can value ourselves, until we can unite together as one people, I think then we'll begin.
Ewo, one love. What happened to your audio? Yeah, because you're driving.
Oh, can you see me? Oh,
Yeah,
sorry,
now I
you-
can hear you. Now I can hear you. Yeah.
Yes, sir. Yeah, I feel like until we begin to look at the other person as my brother and my sister, as a black person, yeah, I think it's going to be really difficult for us to achieve something. Because even within Nigeria, you see how petty things just divide us. Like, this person will tell you, oh, this person is from Igbo, this person is from Yoruba, this person is, and because this person is Yoruba, I'm going to put him as a minister of defense. I'm going to put him as a minister of this and that and that. Everywhere is all pretty much going to be like sentimental, tribalistic stuff. And I don't know when we are going to put away all of these differences. Because if we can't do that, if we can't unite as one people, one black people in the whole of African continent, then I don't think our problem is going to be solved. Because if you look at white people all over the world, they are united. Do you even...
So I want to interject there, one love. Sorry. So personally, right, we don't all have to agree in order for us to make our communities work.
No, we don't have to. You're right.
We don't all have to. And I'm not, guess what though? I'm okay with you being a tribal person. You like your tribe. That's okay. You like your tribe, that's okay. That's not even really the issue. The issue is for us to have one goal and say, okay, you are from whatever tribe, concern me, but you think that thing when we won't build, all of us, we do. Let me tell you, we already have it too, because we all have places where we work. We all have places where in your job, I'm sure you don't get along with everybody. But when you have a goal, guess what? You come together to make sure that goal is achieved. Whether you hate the next person next to you, no concern, because you have a goal to achieve. It's the same thing with us. We just need to have one, and Dele Farotimi said it so well in one of his videos. We need one rallying factor, something that will bring. Typical example, when Dele Farotimi was locked up, I'm not Yoruba, right? I'm not Yoruba. A lot of people from the east, west, south, north, everybody was on top of the matter. When he was doing his video and he broke it down in tears, that's what made him cry. Like, wow. So because of me, everybody got together and was demanding for my release. That is what it's about. Yeah. And again, yes, they've used us against each other. We acknowledge that. We acknowledge that we are better for it, right? So for right now, let's say we decide we want to work together. My intuition is on 100, 1,000. If I smell picking, you are gone. I don't care who you are, whether you're my father, whether you're my mother, you immediate disconnecting. Because why? There's a goal. We're talking about history repeating itself. The reason why people keep selling each other at the border, at the Sahel, a lot of this has to do with lack of education, lack of knowledge of history, lack of knowledge of self. If people told the history of how the Arabs took a lot of people, sold them, what they did with the slaves that they took, nobody go there near Sahel. They talk, say they want to go cross one ocean because they run away. I'm telling you for free, nobody will. Because that memory of history will stay in their head. When I came here, because I watched The Roots, that movie, Kunta Kinte, What Is Your Name? He kept saying Kunta Kinte. When he can't tire, I can't say Tob, he can't accept the name when they give her. I will never forget those because of that, the empathy I had for African Americans is on a different level. When I see African American, they look them, they feel sorry, like inside my heart, they feel this empathy for them. You understand? I they look them with pity. You know, I see them as my as my person. That doesn't mean that there are not some African Americans that have totally been very, very mean to me, and I've recognized it and I've stepped away from it. But guess what? They've been African Americans in my most vulnerable state. They were the ones that showed up. Not even my brother, not even my sister, not my class person, not a Nigerian. He was African. I remember there was a time I had to go to the hospital. It was an emergency. I had this African American friend. 2 of them actually. They came. They stayed the entire time. I had to be in the ICU at one time. They were advocates. If you say they follow doctor, they drag. They were dragged. What are you giving to her? No. You cannot give that. No. They were dragging with the doctor. They're not going to make the doctor give me medication when they don't understand. They don't agree. If the man they do the other medication, they'll go do the research first. They go say what will be the impact of this medication. I'm telling you. So I can never. I need to take African Americans. They see them on the level, the kind of level when I place them, high because of my own personal experience. That not mean say I don't get bad experience with some of them. I have,
but
right? When they talk down on me and everything.
Yeah.
However, me, I'm just saying that we need to. I don't know could they put mouth for we they do ourselves, we know that already. My own be say how we want to, in spite of the fact say some of us get coconut head and we they do ourselves, how we go to recognize those ones as we they work towards the goal. We need to do the two at the same time. May I let you talk? Sorry, go ahead.
Oh no, sorry. I was enjoying your presentation there. Yeah, I said because you on like you just mentioned. Sometimes you meet good ones, you meet bad ones, but because you understood their history and what brought them to where they are today, that's why you overlook a lot of things. Because you can't just like, oh well, because I meet one bad person today, I'm going to overgeneralize everybody. Like you said, you were in the hospital, but some good persons still come to you. And they still stood by you when you were in a difficult time. So it's people selling themselves in the Sahel. It's sad, but again, it's just like you said, lack of education. They don't understand their history, because if they do, they will think differently and they'll be able to understand, what is happening. But for me, like what Dele said, we have to have a common goal. Because I feel like that's the only thing that is going to unite us, all of us. Whether you're from the east, the south, the north, or west, wherever it is, if there is no common goal among us, it's going to be really, really difficult, because at the end of the day, something just have to be there that will push everybody together, that will make us to decide what is going to happen next, So for Nigeria, I just feel like at this point, 2027 that is coming, if we don't put aside this idea of, oh, this man is from the east, even though he knows what he's doing, I'm not going to vote for him. I'm going to go vote for my guy who's, because I'm a Muslim, or because I'm a outsider from the north or from the west or this. And this same problem is going to repeat itself again. When we were all here, shouting and yelling that, we need to support Peter Obi because we saw what was going to happen, and because we saw the caliber of person that he is, what he's going to be able to do. A lot of people think we were stupid and wasting our time, but yeah, we are. It's not even up to 2 years. The country is running down the drain because the people who are in power have no single idea of how to run a government. They have no single idea of what it is that is going on. All they care about is just to go there and share money. They share money and they get in, and they want to make sure the people are run down because they are not educated. They don't know what is going on. They don't have the knowledge to even ask their leader whatever is happening with their budget or whatever is happening in their local government, they understand that the people do not have that knowledge and they want to keep them in that state. That's why our educational system is completely messed up. And they understand doing that is the only way they can suppress us. But one thing, hoping one thing will definitely bring us, all of us together. That will be the only way for us to get out of this mess. Because what we need is a revolution. It's not, because we've definitely, we've tried it through the ballot. It's not working, It's not working. Malcolm X would say the ballot or the or the bullet, it has to be through. If you cannot solve your problem through the ballot, then it's going to be through a different means. For them, they think they've done the worst. They've actually run the economy down all the way. I don't know. I don't even know what is going on with the value of the currency anymore. That for sure I know it's not going well. Jobs not even there. The roads are not good. The power in 2025 is still not working. So, and every time they just want us to keep folding our hands and think things are going to get better by just going back again in 2027 with this corrupt INEC select that is going on every 4 or 3 years, that we should go and do the same thing again. I'm sorry, I think it's not going to work. If these same guys that we have right now are going to run 2027, yeah, it's going to be a different case. I just feel at this point we've gotten to that point where the ballot is not going to work anymore.
So here's the thing, right? I know there's been a lot of push because I'm on that space too, where I don't think an election is going to get us where we want. But here's the thing: we can walk and chew gum at the same time. For those of us that don't think that an election is going to give us what we want, we need to be pushed. And the people who are saying no, election would, we're going to give it a try now. So the people who are pushing for the reforms in the election and judicial reforms, by the way, in case you guys don't know, there's a lot of push, there's a lot of things happening behind the scenes right now that you guys don't know about, right? So there's a lot of that going on because they recognize that this is going to be a problem. And with all the elections that have been conducted in Nigeria so far, INEC has failed woefully, okay? So the people,
they messed it up.
There are people behind the scenes that are doing whatever they need to do. However, revolution can come in so many different ways. I don't know if you listen to Dele Farotimi, there were certain points that he made. Revolution does not have to be bloody, right? There's a revolution where you don't even have to participate. Everybody will just say, okay, you people want to vote, right? Oh yeah, go. We will not participate. We will sit down. Right now, there's another. I think he mentioned that, and then there was another thing he mentioned. I can't remember what it is right now. If somebody remembers, please remind me. So there's a lot of conversation going on about this. There's a conversation about election or whatever, politics, party, whatever situation. There's also that other part where people are talking about, let's do it differently. Then there's the Sowore side where it's like, no, body they hurt, like he will go test. So what I see is Sowore going to test, right? He sees the police, he calls out the police, like what's going on now, where police is picking up people because of what they tweeted, right? So Dele Farotimi to me is like calling out the IGP and saying, you don't suppose retire. You fall into the age of retirement. What you still do for there? You understand? So there's that conversation going on, right? So for me, all these things are moving together. Now, the one way go win in the end, me day after. If now, what is that they call it? This whole idea of, okay, let's find another way to do this revolution in such a way that it impacts. Because I tell you, I don't know if you remember when the NLC, Labour Party, Labour, whatever people went on strike and the grid went down. These people were screaming. They became uncomfortable. So we have to get to a point where, and this is where the sensitization of people, because you can't do it alone, whether we like it or not, we need a critical mass to achieve whichever angle we want to take. So without the critical mass, everything will all be talky. We are just talking, no action. I'm tired of talking, no action. We have to see action. Okay, so the truth is that we will not know for sure until all of these things start to come to light. Now we go know the direction when we really go, which direction we go. Whether an election, whether an revolution, in whichever way, we go see and we go play out. Because what they have successfully done is made sure that they've kept the people very hungry, beaten, and battered. You know that the police will just come now, they all go somewhere, they all harass people for no reason. They'll just rough handle people. It's a psychological breakdown. They are breaking people down psychologically.
Yeah.
So that they will not have enough time to like go, and say, okay, we want to do this. So it's intentional now. So, I mean, a lot of conversation is happening at the same time. But the one we fit do, maybe make they put the knowledge out there, sensitizing the people. But this whole idea say, oh, the country is gone, there's nothing we can do about it. I don't want to hear them again because you not get option. That country must work. In my lifetime, I'm seeing a new Nigeria. I don't know about you. I don't know about anybody else. But now waiting me, they tell myself be that. And I already see it in my mind's eye. I already see it. So it is now up to us to put our money where our mouth is. Not be to come they count the number of problems where they have for Nigeria. I'm tired. I'm done with that. We want to be taking the necessary steps, even in a crocodile, even if na snake, we just do one small, like ants, like come together as termites, work together, bring down the building. Let's do it. Whichever one is going to float this boat, that's where I am pitching my tent. So let me see. Exactly. He came out of jail a changed man. His psyche changed, he sees things differently now. He's conquered the fear of going to jail, conquered the fear of death. When you conquer the fear of death, you are truly living. If you are living in fear of, oh my God, death is coming, you have not started living. No, I'm sorry. Because death is part of life. You're going to go. Nobody's going to live here alive. You never see, nobody go stroll out of this world alive. I know, they happen. Sorry to break it to you. You understand? So everybody, we all as Nigerians, I think it's even good for us as Nigerians. We need to develop that revolutionary spirit because we are always at risk. We are the greatest group of people. The black race is the greatest race ever. We have been blessed immensely by the Creator with our natural resources, our beauty, our melanin, the way we live, our way of life, the ancient wisdom we have, and all that. We are always open to people that will come and destroy from within. So maybe this is the necessary juggle that we need so that our head go correct, come back again. So that we go recognize what God give us, not be beings. If we don't maintain what God give us, then we are not the people when you go come defeat them, collect them, they deserve them. Because we not maintain what God give us, we not protect them enough. Now that we know, right? If you know how much tomatoes goes to waste in Nigeria, you'll be shocked. Yeah, that's right. 40% of his food is African American experience is the biggest physical manifestation of our failure as a people in not uniting as a race. I'm telling you, I hate it when I just call them. I don't even associate with people. I don't allow these descriptions where I am in my presence. You cannot call an African American any type of slow name in my presence. So, and that's not to say I've not had problems with some of them. But you can't say that in my presence. I will always come to their defense because the suffer when those people suffer. Hey, God, I beg you. The things when they see, no. No. Should be revolving door for African American. Hey, I'm telling you, revolving. And I tell you, the reason why they devastate and continuously are because they themselves no one make their comeback. Because if African Americans recognize, say they get power to go back and start to fight them from the game go change. But a lot of them don't understand that yet, even though some of them don't understand that now, right? Because remember, there's a video I saw of one man when don't move go Ekiti State. He has a business, he's living his life there. The guy is just jollophing, right? So, and they would require a lot of people. And I know the people, African Americans, when they move, they don't move, they move to, what do they call them, Burkina Faso. Some of them they move, go Burkina Faso to and Ghana and the rest of them, you know. So we need reforms is the way to go. Yeah. African Americans wrote constitution for some African countries. Yeah, they did. I remember a speech by a lady that said that the Nigerian constitution, let me see if I can find that short video. Let me see if I can find that video. I can't remember. I can't find that video for the life of me. I wish I could find it. There was something that woman said. She said the constitution was written in such a way it doesn't even benefit Nigerians. We have a powerhouse. We have no excuse. Oh, I don't care what anybody says. We have no excuse. What's the point? You have a land so blessed, so rich. You can't even live in it because of fear. Everybody need to ready now to package now. When you reach there, you deal with the people yourself. Or become hey, they say the violent, what they call a kingdom of God, suffer violent, take it by force. Everybody go learn how to bring out that violence inside of them. Nigeria must work in our lifetime. I can't find the video right now. Maybe I'll find it and bring it up next time. For solar wind tech, as my big plan is to start. That's a great plan, Guy and Michael. Me, my own is farming. I want to have cassava farm. I want to have palm kernel farm and yam farm, and also have a manufacturing company, a manufacturing hub for some of these things, right? And even have you can even have scientists come on and look at what you can also do with some of these things that we produce in Africa. There's so many things you can do with some of our products and the crops that we have that we don't even know, we've not even tapped into. By the grace of God, God keep us alive, man. The Creator sustain us and keep us to see this new Nigeria, and we will be the ones to usher in this new Nigeria with the ideas that we have. We just have to do what is right. We will get there. It's already in our hands. It's within our reach already. We just need to step in. We missed that opportunity in 2023. Okay, now DT has provided this opportunity. We have 4 years to make it happen. 4 years. If we don't make it happen in 4 years, forget it. We're coming to independence ceremonies of African countries in the 50s, 60s without attaching to us government entourage. Yep, that's right. If that critical mass blocks them and pushes forward, it will be forced to listen. And yeah, exactly. And greedy hands, absolutely. A friend of mine bought 50 acres of land to plant trees for oil. I'm planning to start with at least, I have a palm oil farm back home. I've already, I inherited, and it's part of my inheritance from my dad. I inherited the palm oil farm, and I have somebody wonderful human being. Oh, yeah, every day now they pray for that. For this person when they help me with that farm every day. I say Nigerians, we get people. Nigerians are Nigerians get people of integrity. Don't get it twisted, though. Don't let anybody lie to you. Nigerians get people that you can trust. Trust me. Don't buy into that narrative. Oh, there's nobody you can trust. Someone there. This guy that is helping me with my palm oil farm. God go bless him wherever he did. Went on Channels TV 2 days ago to say a barrel of palm oil is at least 2 times the price of crude oil and it's a priority for the Nigerian government to diversify. I'm telling you, my palm oil, if you see how, I don't even want to talk. The amount of money that palm kernel farm is generating, goddamn. I'm even planning to buy land to join to it to increase production. Hey, bottom of the bottle, welcome. Oh, thank you. Thank you. I appreciate it, Bottom. Thank you. I appreciate it. Virgil. I mean, maybe I should call you Virgil. Thank you, Virgil. Thanks for stopping by. I appreciate you. Thank you for subscribing as well. Thank you. I'm telling you, my great-grandfather had cocoa plantation. Oh. They said the man was a wealthy man. The man was very wealthy. Cocoa plantation he had. Can you imagine? We don't know where that's all those things now. We don't know. Now let my papa lands, I know. It's crazy. One Love, I don't know. I think you're having connection problems, right? So make a day round up. I've tried today now, guys. I have tried. I was gonna do only 2 hours, but guy on Walele, now not let me guy on Walele make with all the knowledge on they drop. Seed them and kene all of una gather just they drop knowledge. Anyway, guys. Yeah, thank you very much. Your dad inherited cocoa farm from your grandfather, and your papa, my papa dash him out to him brother. Oh my God, he dash him out to him brother who don't sell him now. Oh my God, I beg my dad make he no give her. Ew. What? I'm happy that that palm oil farm almost. What happened was I didn't even know about the inheritance, to be honest with you. I was going to buy land. I was going to buy land, some hectares of land to start the palm oil business. So when I was talking to my brother about it. I was not talking to my brother about it. I was like, oh, this is what I want. Why are you trying to buy? Daddy gets huge palm oil, this thing that you can take. I said, true? He said, yeah. See, diving. Immediately. And then I found someone during this whole Peter Obi campaign thing, when we run election. I take connect with these people when I talk so. Because, community going to go and preach Peter Obi, all those kind of things, levels now, right? That was how I found this person. And from there, I think we're now in a WhatsApp group together. They were discussing business ideas and Apparently, this person also has a palm oil farm. He has a small palm oil farm that he manages. He had so much knowledge, vast. So I was like enthralled. I was like, oh my God. So I reached out, asked him, say, how this palm kernel business, how it be, waiting, ask him tons of questions. That was how I connected to Omo. I thank my creator. That guy, trustworthy human being. Nigerians, they Mona forget that thing. Don't buy into the lie. There are trustworthy people. I'm telling you, trustworthy. They are not moved by materialism. They still exist in Nigeria. So yeah, now they help me manage my farm. I thank God. They make some dough from that end till they do some things. Forget that if you get opportunity, invest at home. You don't have to go and build, just buy farmland. Because we need food right now in Nigeria. Buy farmland, invest, plant cassava, whatever it is. Where I come from, they grow rice. Rice farm, not on the day too much like that. I'm looking into going to a rice farm again. We used to have our own local rice. We didn't used to buy foreign rice. Growing up, I didn't eat foreign rice. It was local rice I ate, right? So I'm looking to go into rice farm. I'm looking at how it, it will work out. Because some people are saying rice farm, there's a lot of, sometimes there's risk involved and stuff like that. Like, birds can come, chop the rice and all of that. But I'll see. Not one person of it. Growing up, my people, growing up, we had yam farm. My papa yam ban. If you look the billionaire yam ban, if you see yam ban, you go fear. You feel. Then I used to read in between the yam bans. That's how huge, massive it was. I go just carry books, sit down for inside there. For those wooden things when they carve for ground, sit down. They read my book, they do my assignments. Then massive yam ban, cassava uncle. When we harvest cassava like this, everywhere go full cassava. Process them, do everything. We will make fufu out of them, make gari out of them, make starch. Starch, when they take the starch cloths, make them out of them. We dey plant beans that time. We had beans farm. Beans farm. We dey harvest beans. Now we dey grow our beans, grow melon seed. Now we dey plant and now we dey grow by ourselves that time. Which they call them. We had massive pawpaw trees in my compound. Every corner you turn, there's pawpaw tree. The bitter leaf, tomatoes. We don't dey buy anything for market. Nothing. We know they buy. Vegetable. My mom had a vegetable garden. Water leaf. For we even had mushrooms. We get them. When we tell they cook for house that time. We get poultry, chicken poultry. We'll go they clean the poultry every time. With eggs, freshly laid. Now we they chop that time. We get goats. We get goats. The goats go born. No, we don't buy anything for market. The only thing we they buy now, like some leaves when we not get. You get one particular leaf. It's only I've not seen it anywhere else in Nigeria. Now only my community that leaf they grow. That's where I come from. Now that leaf they grow. Then they use and cook, make ogbono soup. It is a distinct taste, different, completely different. Nothing that you've tasted before. Not only that leaf, now we they go buy for farm, for market. And say then we get market days for where I grew up. We have market days. Not every day they do markets. I think market days was like every 3 days. Or something like that. And for the different markets, you get it that they say. Get some market where you go, you see cocoyam buy. Cocoyam plenty for the farm. Then you go another market now, pineapple market. Now you go see plenty pineapple. Then you go another market now. It's so yam. So it depends on what you want to buy, right? Now you go determine the market when you go. So farming is the future. People are talking about Bitcoin. Guys, farming, that's it. Me, I don't develop my own farm. I just let you know now. I know fish out. Farming is the way. Growing your own food. Because we'll go house. That new Nigeria, we'll go fix them. We'll go develop them by ourselves. So, but my papa say make I quiet, go read book. You know, say me, I get plan right from Pikin to become farmer. Today, I dey try start my farmer. My papa, they won't frustrate me, say no go fit. No. Not let them frustrate you. Farming is the way, is the future. Nothing, you see, now the mentality when they say, now lie, the lie when they say lie to us so that they go fit collect our property be that. Farming is the future, is the oldest profession on earth. You grow what you eat. Now, so it's supposed to be. All this one we do, obodo yibo, any small thing when you want buy now, tomatoes, you go run, go market. Pepper, you go run, go market. This one, you run, go. Unless you get small pots, or if you get backyard, where you feel plant some of these things, and it depends. The soil feel not good for the kind things where you want plants. You understand? My brother, no let your papa discourage you. Just find one community. If you feel 5 person when you feel trust, just buy land, make they maintain them for you. Walai. You go smile, trust me. You get one girl when I see for this YouTube, the girl na YouTuber, na content creator. The girl get palm kernel farm. She dey sell palm oil now for markets. Her customers come from her subscribers. They order reach like 10 gallons of palm oil. Walai talai. Now, when I don't start my own finish, when I they do research about how I take, if I start to they make enough palm oil, how I want to package and they sell them for market, I constantly make I they do research, make I they find information. Then now I see the girl, I say, what? The girl don't package her palm kernel, put and give her name, label, everything. I say, sure. I even learned some more about palm oil business from her this thing when she do. I say, wow. So I call my guy for house. I say, how far this see what I found? I say, of course. So my brother, not give up, oh. Not let your papa discourage you. Now so that they think, parents. Exactly. Explain to your dad with raw data. I'm telling you the huge potential. Some parents don't get it without experience. I'm telling you. When I started, right, my mom was like, what are you doing? I said, Mommy, just leave me alone. This life is not hard. The way I said it to her, she just started laughing. It was the way I said it to her that made her. My mom is usually very tough I said, Mommy, just leave me. I want this life, now soft life. Now soft life. What other soft life is there but farming now? Think calm. You look to your left, food. You look to your right, food. You look in front, food. Back, food. Come on. But it passed down and that gold man be that now. She just burst out laughing. That was the end of the conversation. Cocoa had more yield than Bitcoin in 2024. Bam! 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 Cocoa. I tell you, say farming na the Bitcoin of the future. Farming. Man, I not take a joke. Farm. Forget. Farming. If you see, you don't need to come from the village to get the farm. If you know people when it come from a certain village, that person when you fit buy land for there, start your farming. Wallahi. You'll be amazed. Don't go and be focusing on my village. Oh, it has to be. If you not fit do it for your village for whatever reason, and you get contact for another village when they go fit give you that. Me when they find out to buy for Burkina Faso, leave that one they there. Una go shock. As I go, they do my content from under the mango tree. I'll be streaming live from under my guava tree. I they look for land. So if you know anybody when it come from what is that they call them? Burkina Faso. Mona let me know. I they look for land to buy for Burkina Faso to grow farm. Myself, I want to invest in. I want to be part of that mechanized farming. Make I go grow farm. Make I go myself teach them. I know a one or two about farming. I teach them how to farm. I will grow these things together. It's the way. Oh, forget that thing. That ship has sailed. My dad is not interested and will never be. It's a waste of time trying to engage me as he has and doesn't care about financial. Just leave your papa. Ignore him. Matters like that, not even bother again. Just ignore your papa. Not even. No, I not be a sako. I be a son. Where you come from now? Where do you come from? Okay. Hey, yeah, welcome, my brother now. Welcome, oh, good to have you. They talk, I say, my brother smart, intelligent, see brain now. See, check him now. My plan is to get farmlands. Yeah, you can do it. It's totally achievable. It's definitely just start small. My own be say start with where you don't need to come from that village to buy land. I don't want buy land for a belly. Because I knew somebody there, right? Before I found out this inheritance of farmland for my papa's side. Now I won't buy for a belly. I won't buy hectares of land to start the palm oil business, palm oil farming and stuff. Exactly. Guy wanlele bam. Exactly. Right? Find a trusted local ally. That's the key. If you feel find person when you feel trust. This election, Peter Obi election, really make me know a lot of people. And then this do election, it bring a lot more people together. I now went, I can't know about the local politics, how they think I can't engage them, I can't talk. Some people can't talk about now. From there, I say make this connection. When I make so, God go bless the guy. I know say it's late now over there. God go bless her continuously because that guy, oh my God. Ha! He really they try for me, oh, I no lie. God go bless her continuously. One day the revenues generated which exactly just start your own. Because when me want start, now so my mama they discourage me. My mom was telling me, oh no, why do you want to? I just use laugh. I just want to say, come on now, mama, soft life. Which soft life past farming, growing your own food, harvesting? I just jogged her memory, brought back memories of, going to the farm, doing the work and all of that, growing corn. Then in my house, all of us, now different things with the chop. Person be your wake up, you go say, I want to eat corn pudding. That one they do like moi moi. Another one go say, na plantain, they hungry me. Another one go say, na beans, they go cook their beans. Another one go wake up, you go say, na cocoyam. 4 people cooking at the same time. Oh my God. Laila. Woo. Those were the days, man. I believe say I be reincarnation of my family now. I be proper engineer, but now family dey my blood since. Even me, say family na in our lineage. You understand? Say our people, when you be indigenous, you're familiar with the soil, you're familiar with the earth. That's not the thing when they your papa, not the thing when they your lineage be that. You gotta accept it and embrace it. Right? You no matter the degrees when you get, all those ones no matter again. No. See me now. I mean, I've always loved farming, right? From even as I talk to now, I get aloe vera, I get mint leaf for outside, I get bitter leaf for outside my house. I get bitter leaf when I go. I even plant efo. When my mom went to Nigeria, she bring efo seed. I they grow efo. I they grow pineapple. Walai for my compound. I don't use some of the bitter leaf cook. I don't use some of the mint leaf take cook. The aloe vera, I don't use them. Mix and take drink water. Take do my hair, wash my hair. Yeah. So, these things are embrace it. Embrace it. Start from somewhere. You understand? Make an ally, as Guy Onwalele talk. Make an ally. Now that one important pass. If you get ally, trusted ally for ground, that's it. That's the biggest step, first of all. Yeah. Invest with closed and serious business partners, then expand later. Do your own. Yeah, Guy, thank you so much, Guy. Exactly. Guy is putting you on. No, honestly, that is how to go about it. My youngest brother has seen the light and is the one doing the groundwork for me now. He's very bingo, there you go. You're even lucky. You have a younger brother, but me, my own younger brothers, they are busy doing their thing, professionals. So now person when I know before, now they help me, and that person has proven to be very, very, very worthy of every second. What's this? Carotina oil in Malaysia and Singapore sold in European. You see, from palm oil, right? Seed. Do you know that a barrel of palm oil is more expensive? Wow, look at that. The very first time, because my papa land, they produce a lot of palm oil. So by the time I inherit the land, they take care of farm, and all of that. The palm kernel when they meet, when they harvest, the small one they harvest, not much, it was small. I don't even expect anything from her. 100K, now they say sell them. A week, a shock. I say what? Say 100K just like that. My money dey inside palm oil. Forget. Farming is the way. Don't let anybody deceive you. If you get land, not build house. Farm. That's what you should be doing. Virgil, oh no, I don't have a farming class, so maybe one day I'll start one sooner than later, though. Perhaps I will. Yeah, farming basics. No, I grew up on the farm. I was raised on the farm, so that's probably why I have the knowledge of it already. I was born, grew up on the farm, grew up, when you are used to growing your own food, all these things, so it's in my DNA. It's part of who I am. Yeah. But if you have any questions, you can ask. Well, there are a lot of farmers, as you can tell on the timeline. There are people who are very familiar with farming that would definitely answer your questions and be able to put you to, point you to some things. Okay. I know they give up. Good. So, I bought 2 acres of land near Benin City and I started fencing it since 2021. My mama say all this fence where I did build, I for don't build 6 houses. Mothers, yeah. But why? I mean, okay, go to fence and share so that you will know where your own start, where your own end. So I get it, As I dey chat on this live, I dey wait make my brother wake up today so we fit discuss the plans for the bigger snail farm. Okay, you want to do snail farm? We dey build. We want plant dwarf bananas, ugu, pawpaw trees. Fantastic. That is wonderful. Michael, I'm happy to see fellow farmers. This is great. Oga Onwalele, correct. You guys do not be correct people. My fellow farmers. I'm excited. This one no more won't buy land for Burkina Faso. Before now, one bro go marry am for Traore. Farming is important because the world needs. I'm telling you, my brother. I'm telling you, walai. Yeah. Honestly, farming is, don't get it twisted. Now, farming. Anybody when they think of Nigeria, just buy farmland for now. Please do not build a house. Not yet. Not build house, just buy farm. Look for remote village when you go buy farmland. Look for person when you feel trust with that farm, right? And give that person some kind of power, so that they go fit, now go fit they relate well. And stuff like that. Trust me. You will benefit and you will encourage, you will empower people on the ground in the process. Bear in mind, because for me, I dey look to expanding on my palm oil business, right? Having offices and employing people. I already have people working on the farm that I have to pay for the work. That's putting food on somebody's table. You understand? So we need to, this is something that we can do as diasporans. Start doing stuff to bring up to, so that the food, we go there, there'll be food security for our people. We're not hungry when we grow up because food there everywhere. This is why the Arabs from the Maghrebs are trying to make incursions into Nigeria, and the main issue is farm. You see, so if we go back, we will start to the farm and all of that. People come start to the plenty again, and we're able to get our country back. And insecurity, we deal with the insecurity issues. Nobody go remain for America. Trust me, I'll be one of the first when go back to Nigeria. Walai, no more professional life. Now to go farm. I say I go to stream under my guava tree to you people with my family. I'll just be streaming. I say yes. Yes, so I go to use my hand till they chase. I go to drink palm wine in front of me. Palm wine. I will get palm wine factory when I go to produce palm wine. Yeah. You get that right. Palm wine. I will drink palm wine. They use hand. They dry fly. I go to talk to now. I go say, so seed, how now? How your side? Okay, you see that cold area, Muna take can easy. I go carry fan, they blow myself under the breeze. Say the cool breeze for Nigeria is another thing. When that breeze touch your body, if you sleep, you'll forget where you dey. So that's that. If you no fence your land for Nigeria, T-Pain and go come claim am. Not be everywhere now. That na Lagos. That na where I take get power now. Not be for villages like that. These things don't turn to farmer. I'm telling you, Association of Farmers. See, don't be jealous. You are a farmer too. So put your 2 cents there as well. You're a farmer as well. See, that you don't forget. Sir, we don't discuss this farming thing before now. You, me, Kenny. But I don't make me now to think of this farming thing seriously. Yes, so while I see it, think seriously for food security for our people. Think no go and anybody when want they talk about no build house. This is not the no build time go there when you build house. Not be now. Farming so that you create opportunities for people back home, especially in those remote areas when some of them are from there. They say they enter cross Sahel. If they get everything that they do, they are busy. They're not going to remember all those things. So you need to think of those people to create opportunities for them so that they go stay. If opportunities they get everything that they do, trust me, they will not go on. They go maintain the place. And some of these people are graduates. Like the guy when they help me now, are graduates. Now graduates. A university graduate. He get his own farm. Very high integrity. Oh my God. You know, now graduates. So make I recommend you a great palm oil. Omoye Palms Limited. Okay. Well, we'll consider that name. That's a good one. That's a good one. Omoye Palms, absolutely. Yeah, this is your guava. Michael Dedier. Guava tree on the right, mango tree on the left, pawpaw tree in front. The day when I don't feel like eating food, I'll use hand pluck mango, pluck pawpaw, pluck guava, chop am. When I dey grow up that time, when you go, by the time you eat mango, eat pawpaw, you are full. You not fit eat for house again. Because you don't eat fruits. Your belly don't full. You don't go eat food. Your parents, they ask you, you know they're hungry. You say, no, they're hungry because you don't fill your stomach with all the fruits. You they pass your neighbor house. Your neighbor gets, which they call them? Those apples, those African apples that they call them too. But African pink, I don't forget in the name really big, right? You pluck and you go chop. That time, and they like to go. One of my friends, the dad had that tree in front of their house. When the thing they produce, I mean they first reach there. I go your pluck and sit down for bowl. They eat them. Oh my God. Or almond fruits. Almond fruit, when it ripe, the sweet one. Oh, pluck and sit down, chop, then crack and open, eat the almonds, fresh almonds from inside. Oh, I dey dream now. Seed. Now, if you now remain for here now, I'm gonna do the stream from under the tree and be wishing you well. I'll be saying, oh, take it easy. What's the temperature now? You should be dressed so warm so that cold will not enter your body, Yes, so for here, the weather is all around good, so we don't need all of that. And so I go they take and brag for all of now. Ebelebo fruit. Oh, ebelebo. Make your head dey ebelebo fruit. Oh. Oswan. Memories. And then I had an uncle then in the north. They sell food, they import food. They import and export. The guy, when you go harvesting potatoes, then go bring bags of potatoes for us, Irish potatoes, and then sweet potatoes. Those were the days. Gosh. Anyway, guys, I don't try. Four and some. I don't try. We don't talk farming things. We don't talk how Nigeria will say better. We have moved to sharing ideas on farming. I'm here for it too. Those ideas for farming, please bring it on. I'm here for it because that's where my mind is going back. I dream of tilling the soil, planting, putting my hand in that soil. I did dream of this. I really want to, because that soil get what they do for person hand. It be like say that palm wine under the tree just before dusk. I'm telling you. Oh, make I say you go carry fresh palm wine tapped. You know they drink your body will rest. No problem in the world. Soft life. That's the real soft life. Not because someone that they do. That is the real soft life. Eh? You just stay under the tree. You fit tie wrapper for chest, carry the other one and put for this side. So that better breeze go blow through your body. Oh, that's not the real enjoyment. Forget. Eh? That available fruit, it cause problem. We dey rush at that time and we say call am cherry, agbalumo, otien, na we dey call am otien. When e ripe that time, if the thing sweet, oh my God, you go eat that thing finish, you go dey chew am for days. The thing, the gum, everlasting gum. You go chew. Eh? Cherry. Kai. Omo, Nigeria is blessed too. We can't give up on that country, oh my guys. We can't. It's not possible. If we give up, the creator himself will be angry with us. This heavy lifting that we have to do it. Maybe now we go deliver maybe now we go solve the problem. Now we go deliver that country from itself. Now we be the people where go deliver, and so we must not relax in this work that is ahead of us. So guys, I think I will end it here. I have jolloft. Thank you so much. You guys brought so much fun to this. Honestly, I really, really appreciate each and every one of you. Thank you so much. Michael, Seed, you guys have been amazing. Virgil, please come back again. Thank you. We're happy to share our farming ideas with you. You know, we are very happy. Any questions you have, just ask away. We'll be happy to, share a thing or two, whatever you want to know. People know they understand, say person go read book finish, can't go abroad, and a farmer person they say he want do. They just go say the person don't follow, now they sabi. Now they sabi who get mouth, now their mouth, now they go now they like if they like now wetin they like they go talk, wetin concern me. When I dey jollof, they live my soft life, they go dey envy. That's the thing about Nigerians. Everybody they look at now and say, how can you be talking about family? When you start doing it and you start benefit, you will see. Not be Nigerians. You will not see them. Oh my God. Forget. Go and buy land in your village somewhere and just me, I inherited land from my father. Thank God. I didn't know of the inheritance, so I don't even put idea. But I'm so glad. Can you imagine? I'm so glad that I have land. That's what I'm using to do my farming things. And I intend to expand, and eventually have a manufacturing plant there to do whatever I need to do. Yeah, create opportunities. When we don't forget the country, right? I move back in style. Then when you now move, you now build your house. And guess what? Now brick I go use the mud, brick, earth. Now I go use to build my house. I know they use any cement, whatever. No, mud. Now ain't good for our body. Now that one now go take build the house. It go be like hut. You know those olden days huts when be like village, when you go your grandpapa, grandmama, great grandfather house, and when they use mud, they mold. That hut, when they use thatch roof. Say for where I come from, when they build house, then my past say people they gather, all the mates that they call them Igbonole, now they call them Igbonole, right? Then they come together and then they build house for each other. So this one go build, and then they build before raining season, right? So they go take turns, build house for each other. Can you imagine that? And then when they build the house, when they want to do house warming, you say you do house warming. Do you guys know that? I don't know. That they say you do house warming. When they don't build for each other, everybody go come. The oldest person go break all and not to go pray for the house for you and everything. All your mates when you build that house. Now age mates they build houses. So that mud, let me build my house. Okay. right? Of course, with some touch of contemporary, because your eye don't see things, you don't move around the world, you don't see the benefit. So you go use those mods, they do a lot of things. You get one video, I don't forget where I did see that video now, not be YouTube. You get one person, I don't know, East Africa. This person they live for inside a village. The way they build the house, now like ancient way of building house. But if you enter inside the house, God, if you see house, oh my God, you don't go believe. From looking at it from outside, you say this hot be this now. Enter inside and see about it, right? So yeah, those are my ideas, and eventually that will be the way we build our houses. Just get somebody that knows how to turn that mud into brick and build your. Instead of using cement, cement is not good for your body. I'm sorry. No, thank you, Michael. All the knowledge when you bring, thank you. You be our another professor on the. We have given you title now, professor. Now you be because I learned from you today. Thank you so much. You have subscribed. My brother. Yeah. Subscriber extraordinary. Thank you for subscribing. I appreciate. Oh, definitely. Next time. You guys have not chosen a title for history. Which history we go talk about? Now go tell me. No let me go decide. Which history do you think we should address on Saturday or Sunday? Let me know before I go. Kene don't go sleep, I'm sure. Thanks, Omoye. Don't mind them. My cousin, a lawyer, breeds exotic dogs, and people need it in Nigeria. So no passion is rubbish. I'm telling you, no. I'm telling you, none. And I look to buy a dog. I want to buy a dog. Honestly, I love dogs. Dogs are my favorites. I'm looking to own a dog. Chai, na mud house I dey plan to build too. When you say, I be a son. You sure say our ancestors know they send the same signal to our brain? Hey, I'm telling you, that's probably what's happening. I'm telling you, ancestors are at work. They say we are our ancestors, and your story is woven into your DNA. So sometimes you're saying certain things and acting out certain things. It's because it's already woven into your DNA. Okay, so I'm not in doubt. It's possible that our ancestors is speaking to us to go back home and build it, because that they left it for us. So which excuse we get to live in disarray? Which excuse? Which excuse we get? Say they leave land for us. We can't abandon them because city life. Hey, how you want to explain that to a room full of elders? They go just they disappoint. I should say right now that they shake their head. They look us, they say, wow. See children when we live for grant. That's what they go they talk. See children when we live for grant. Oh, they have left our ways. Ezeobo. Igo eki worunere. Igo eki worunere. That's what they go they talk. Then we don't run follow money. That's what they go they talk. So yeah, the antenna is sharp, is spreading. That's probably what's happening. That's why Sid is here. His ancestors are speaking to him through his DNA. Kene, die, all of us, one love. Our ancestors are calling us, saying, you gotta move home, you gotta do something. Same thing the Amish do, they build it. Yeah, it's same thing we do in my own place. So they build for each other. All those mothers, they used to build it for each other. There was no such thing as construction company. Now that they construct by themselves, they build them by themselves. Then they use bamboo for the roof. They say that bamboo the last pass. They'll use bamboo for the. I think they say bamboo gets it lasts for like 3 years or something like that or so, right? So so this is why we all went to school now. All the engineers, Michael, and some of us that are engineers here or whatever, we'll find out how we can make that bamboo last beyond 3 years or 5 years or however way it longs, so that we can build more durable homes. How about that? This is why we added knowledge to knowledge, so that we can do better for our community. So education is not a waste. We're just going to use it to improve our communities. So guys, That's it for me tonight. I don't try. Almost 5 hours. God damn. I think I'm going to be timing myself 2 hours and 2 hours it is. But the thing is that we always find a way to branch off. And me now, me and farming 5 and 6. Eh? You people now took me to where I don't know. But anyway, I really appreciated it though. I enjoyed every bit of the conversation. See, thank you so much. My professor extraordinaire and my brother. I appreciate you, Michael. I appreciate you, my brother. Thank you so much for subscribing. Guy Onwalele, Kene, Misty. Who else was here? Virgil. Virgil was here. Thank you so much for stopping by, Virgil. Everyone, in case I miss your name, Mr. Obibweze, thank you. Long time. You don't know when I see you. Thank you so much for stopping by. Who else was here? I don't want to miss anybody. If he was here earlier, who else? I beg Mona not forget to. If I not mention her name, I beg Mona not verse. I beg. The list long. I can't go. I can only go so far. But anyway, thank you so much, guys. But you guys have not given me a topic of history conversation. So maybe if we come back here tomorrow, we'll probably talk about the topic for history that we're going to discuss either Saturday or Sunday. Okay? So have a wonderful rest of the night. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are. And I'll see you on my next one. If you have any thoughts, please share it with me in the comment section for those of you that will be watching it on replay. And if you have not yet subscribed, what are you waiting for? You see how exciting it is? Please subscribe, like, share, and I'll see you guys on my next one. Bye.